Welcome again back to class. This is the third module focusing on the product owner role. In the last two modules, we laid the foundation from Scrum, looking at what Scrum is and the fundamentals of Scrum. Scrum as a framework on its own. And in some of this, we mentioned and discussed the roles in Scrum, the events in Scrum, the artifacts in Scrum, and we also mentioned about the empiricism of Scrum. That was in the first module. What Scrum is, the origin of Scrum, the how Scrum delivers value, the empiricism of Scrum, the value of Scrum, and all the rest. So in this third module, which is dedicated to the product owner role, we would be expanding on some of those things we mentioned in module 2 as regards the product owner. So in module 3, we would focus on the essential role of the product owner. What are the duties of the product owner? What makes a product owner stand out? And how can we identify clearly what the product owner does in a Scrum team? So let's jump right into it. And we shall start from who is a product owner? Who is a product owner? Laying the foundation. Of course, I believe we have idea while we went through the 3 roles in Scrum. We know now that the product owner owns the product, which means the product owner in actual sense represents the stakeholders that own the product. There are a lot of things we'll be sharing, we'll be discussing as regards the product owner in Scrum. So from the onset, I would want everyone to be attentive and to note from the beginning, focusing on the product owner role. So who is the product owner? What or who is the product owner? The product owner is a key role responsible for maximizing the value delivered by the development team. So this development team are the developers. So the product owner is a key role responsible for maximizing the value delivered by the development team. The product owner is the single individual accountable for managing the product backlog. We need to make some emphasis here. At any given time, you should know that the product owner owns the product backlog, is fully accountable for the product backlog. Whatever happens in the product backlog belongs to the product owner. He creates the product backlog, he manages the product backlog. But not just that, including prioritizing the work items and representing the interests of stakeholders to ensure that products meet customer needs and business goals. So this is who, in a nutshell, a product owner is. A product owner is the single individual accountable for managing the product backlog. We know at this time what the product backlog is. We've seen that again and again, even starting from module 1. Um, in module 2, we covered the product backlog extensively. In the product owner training, we will still look at the composition of the product owner as well. But let's note that the product owner owns the product backlog. He manages the product backlog. Also, he prioritizes work items in the product backlog. And of course, the other very key role of the product owner is representing the interest of the stakeholders to, and he ensures the delivery of the right product that the customer wants, that also meets the business goal. The business goal. The business goal is predefined. So development by the development team must align with the business goal. So that is who a product owner is. The product owner communicates the product vision, but not just the product vision, the roadmap. Why is this guy jumping up and down? The product vision, the roadmap. I believe we understand what the roadmap is. Wow. Can this thing be logged so it won't be jumping back and forth? Okay, so the roadmap, right, and customer requirements to align all parties towards a shared direction. It communicates the product vision, the roadmap. The product vision is the destination of that product. The roadmap is how we would arrive there. What do we do? This is what we deliver at this point. This is what we deliver at that point. That forms the roadmap. At some point while we go on in this class, we would see the board again to understand what the roadmap is. There is a particular class dedicated that we would talk about roadmap in details. So let's just note that the product owner communicates the product vision, the roadmap, and customer requirements that should align with everyone's direction, right? The product owner makes decisions regarding the product scope, the release plans, and trades off. There is a link I shared, we'll share again. It would give a broad overview of what the product owner does. Perhaps I should add that link to this particular lesson also, so we can go through that link. So there are lots of trade-offs that the product owner needs to see through. There's what we call release plan. Release plan is the agenda to deploy the product to the end users. That's the release plan. So for that product to be deployed, there is a plan that goes with it. And of course, between features, trade-off between feature based on business priorities and feedbacks from the stakeholders. So the product owner does clearly a lot of duties as regards business priorities, aligning the features to meet what business priorities are, and aligning them also to meet what requirements or feedbacks from the stakeholders are as well. Okay, let's go further. So here we'll look at the attributes of the product owner. What should a product owner carry? What should be the capacity of a product owner? Number one, effective collaboration with stakeholders and development team. So we know that the product owner serves as the communication link or the gap or the essential role between the stakeholders and the Scrum team. Of course, he is a part of the Scrum team also. That's why we make reference here to the development team. The development team makes reference to the developers, right? So the product owner must have effective collaboration skills. Those are essentially soft skills. He must or she must be able to engage with the stakeholders adequately, to have clear understanding what the stakeholder wants, and also engage with the developers to be able to communicate clearly what the stakeholder wants to the developers and ensure that the developer would deliver what the stakeholder wants. So the product owner must have effective communication and collaboration skills. Effective communication and collaboration skills. Secondly, um, but before secondly, the product owner also, in module 2, we mentioned that the product owner is fully committed to the stakeholders and is also fully committed to the developers, ensuring that there are no gaps between both the stakeholders and the development team. Number 2, the product owner must have undivided focus on the product's goal. For every product, there is expected to be a product goal. That is the ultimate thing that needs to be delivered, the product goal. So the product owner, right, should have undivided attention and focus, concentration on the product goal or towards the product goal. It's very important that the product owner must have clear understanding what the stakeholders want. It is when the product owner has clear understanding what the stakeholder wants that is able to communicate same to the developers, is able to communicate and work with the Scrum team, that's including the Scrum Master. Number 3, the stakeholder, the product owner should have capacity to manage changing requirements. In production or in projects, products or projects, and in agile collaboration, because we've mentioned a couple of times that agile is big on customer collaboration. In the process of collaborating with the customers, there would be need for changes. Requirements would be changing. Sometimes scope could also slightly change. But when those requirements are changing, the product owner must be able to manage those changes. And that is why in module 2, we mentioned that in Agile, we have adaptive product backlog. Because the product backlog is adaptive, it's able to adjust to those changes. So when changes are coming from time to time, the product owner must be able to manage those changes and reflect same on the communication, the user stories, the work items, everything that needs to be delivered. The product owner must be adaptive to those changes. One of the manifestos of Agile talks about responding to change rather than following a plan. Since it's Agile, Scrum is Agile, the product owner must be able to manage the changing requirements. As requirements are coming, the product owner must be able to manage them. As we go further, and in essence, when we get to practicals, we would see some of those changes that would come and how the product owner should adjust to those changes. We've been able to design the practical in such a way that there would be changes while you are meeting with the stakeholders. There will be requirements changing, and you are also adapting those changes into your pattern, into your workflow also. So that would give you that practical knowledge of how to manage those changes. Then number 4, it's important that the product owner is product savvy. I'll take some time here to explain that. The product owner is important. It's important for the product owner to have product knowledge. You should have good knowledge about the product. You should have the clear understanding to communicate with the stakeholders. So what product for the product owner to be product savvy, what it's important for the product owner to focus on is to be able to communicate effectively with the stakeholders, to understand what the stakeholders want. Is able to now liaise between the stakeholder, the business stakeholder, and the development team. On the other hand, your product savvy should translate to your ability or capacity as a product owner to prioritize the backlog. You should know which one comes first. The knowledge of the product should be able to guide you to prioritize which feature should come first. In addition to that, a product owner must be decisive and also be able to interpret feedback from the stakeholder, feedback also sometimes from the market, feedback also from the developers, and be able to harmonize all those. All this would accumulate into what it means by the product owner to be product savvy. He must be able to be adaptive. I mentioned that earlier. And he must be able to have good insight and direction for the team. The product owner must be able to communicate the products to be developed across to the team members also. In addition, the product owner should have good knowledge of background grooming. We've looked at background grooming in module 2. If you need to go over what that is, that's backlog refinement, you should do that. We'll take some time in this module also to look again at what backlog grooming is all about. In addition, the product owner should have the vision, capacity to envision, and plan. The product owner should be able to tell when this feature would be delivered. And that is where estimation comes to play. As we go further, we'll be looking at all those in greater detail. The product owner also should have the ability to deliver value. Ultimately, imagine you gave work to someone, and at the end of the day, the person comes back with tons and tons of excuses why that particular product could not be delivered. The product owner should be able to deliver actual value, and I've always mentioned that the meaning of value should be what the end user wants. It should be what the stakeholders had clearly called value. Mention again, must be decisive in making decisions. Okay, then the next. So what are some of the responsibilities of the product owner? Please make all your notes. If you have gray areas, we can talk about them. We have a lot of grounds to cover under the product owner. So I would, as much as possible, take time to go through them, explain them, so that you can have the good knowledge. Um, we would also rely on the practicals for demonstrations so that you can reinforce the knowledge you have. So responsibility of the product owners is one, to the stakeholders in an engagement, in communication, dealing with stakeholders and all the rest, in ideation and requirements gathering. When the product owner is engaging with the stakeholder, a product owner is responsible for gathering the requirements, because the requirements will turn into specifications that would be populated into the product backlog. So a product owner must be able to gather requirements from the stakeholders. Of course, we've mentioned earlier that he owns the product on behalf of the stakeholders, is representing the stakeholders. So he owns the product, he owns the product backlog, is representing the stakeholders. Is representing the stakeholder on the team. We know that already. What should I do to this pen? Is also representing the stakeholder on the team. Of course, we know that from the last module. It populates and refines the product backlog. The requirements that are being gathered would then be translated into items that would go into the product backlog, and it populates the product backlog. It builds the product backlog and it refines that same backlog. Refining is making alignments, which of course I believe we know by now, and that is why we make mention of backlog refinement meetings to align the product backlog. Then of course the product owner is committed to delivering the product goal. It needs to ensure clarity on the product and is ultimately responsible for the product success. I don't know what it is with this pen today. Okay, but let's make do with what we have. All right, so those are the responsibilities of the product owner at different points. So while you are relating as the product owner, you should be relating and communicating your capacities as regards dealings with the stakeholders and dealings with the development team also, or with your your Scrum team also. All right, so let's go to the next slide. What the product owner owns and is accountable for. We'll be quick with this. This is the product vision. The product vision comes from business or stakeholders. Let's say, for instance, a particular organization where you belong, work, I just identified a problem in the society and had been able to think through a solution for it. That solution for that problem becomes the product vision. So that product vision would get broken into epics. Epics are smaller bits of the product vision. What would make up the product vision? That would be the epic. Different layers coming together that would form the vision being achieved. That would be the epics. And the epic also is broken down into features. Features are broken down into user stories. User stories are broken down into tasks. The product owner would have good knowledge of this, having clear understanding what the vision of that project or product is. Now breaking the big vision into smaller chunks and building functionalities from those smaller chunks. Creating user stories from the features. User story, when we go further, we will see how the user story is created, the elements of the user stories, and also now breaking the user stories down into little components. So we'll see how product is developed in Agile. On this class, we're looking at Scrum. So this could form a particular some pieces of work to be done that would be translated into the sprint backlog, right? So we could see how the product vision is broken into smaller bits. All these tasks put together would form the product vision. These pieces of task, when completed, will translate to the product vision being achieved. And that is clearly how Scrum works. So the product owner has a compelling product vision that is executable. He or she builds a roadmap for rolling out the vision that aligns everyone. He owns or she owns the release plan to track the release of the value to the customer. As we go further, we'll begin to have all this in clearer picture. What the release plan is, how do we release them to the market. A particular business could decide that they want to work on a particular project first before going into others. Let me use this as an illustration for us. You are to build an estate comprising of 25 different forms of buildings, from terrace to semi-detached or fully detached or bungalow. All in all, you have about 25 of them. However, you could decide that which is most important based on the timeline, based on the delivery, based on the quickness to get to the markets, based on the need of the society. So you could decide that, okay, guys, let's build the infrastructure first before we begin to build the buildings themselves. Or you could decide, let's do the first layer of the infrastructure, then we go over to building the buildings. You could actually have the buildings completed while the road network had not been fully completed. So in that illustration, your release plan and the roadmap would indicate that the buildings would go into full development ahead of the road network. So that is what we mean by the roadmap itself, how the entire project will be delivered, and in different phases how they would be delivered, then also the release plan. So the product owner also owns and builds the product backlog, we know that already, of enabling items that are just enough and just in time. These two phrases, just enough and just in time, come from a framework we call Kanban. Just enough. So the product owner should ensure, what this means is that the product owner should ensure that your team, the Scrum team, has enough work items per time. There should be just enough and just in time. Ideally, there should be no time your developers has nothing to work on. So it is very important that the product owner has enough work for the team per time. The work should be enough. The work should last the time committed to by the team. And also the product owner is accountable for the value delivered to the stakeholders. We know that already. We just see all this coming back from different angles from time to time. Okay, I'll just go through this quickly. Some of this we have mentioned earlier. The product owner optimizes the value of the teamwork. The product owner orders the product backlog. In ordering the product backlog, we mean prioritization. The product owner represents the desire of the stakeholders and also gives clarity to the product backlog items and stay decisive. The product owner must be able to give clarity to the developers what they need to do or work on from time to time. So that will bring us to the end of this first class in module 3 class 1 of the product owner training, where we've been able to expand on who the product owner is. We've been able to look at what the product owner does clearly, how the product owner serves both the stakeholders and the developers, what the product owner is accountable and responsible for, and how the product owner gets work done. We shall go further from this to look in the next class, that will be module 3 lesson 2. We shall now quickly go through what the product owner does in the sprint. So we'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. All right, again, we are welcome back to class. And this is the second lesson in module 3 of the product owner training. In the last module, we looked at who and what the product owner is. And we considered all the angles from the stakeholders end to the developers end. Right, so in this lesson, hopefully this wouldn't be as lengthy as the last one. It shouldn't be. We would be looking at what the product owner does in sprints events, in Scrum events. From the sprints to other events in Scrum, what does the product owner do? Right, so let's jump right into the class. So what are the responsibilities of the product owner at the Scrum events? Of course, we have this good picture in our minds. We introduced this picture in module 1 when we were considering what happens in a sprint. In module 2 also, we took some time to go through this. But as a quick background to this class, in a sprint, the sprint between 1 to 4 weeks, we know now that the product owner is engaging with the stakeholders, and at the end or at periodic meetings or engagement with the stakeholders is noting down or capturing the requirements from the stakeholders. And those requirements come in big block. The stakeholder is asking for something. Then the product owner translates what the stakeholder wants into broken pieces, right? So the product owner translates the requirements into specifications and builds stories from them. So this becomes the product backlog, right? From the stakeholder requirements converted into product backlog. So your product backlog could be broken into epics, user stories, whatever they are. But just make sure that the same block of the stakeholder requirements has been converted to the product backlog, which is carried out by the product owner. So the product backlog is what we look at when we go into the sprint backlog in a sprint planning meeting. So at the sprint planning meeting, the team decides which of the product backlog do we want to move into the sprint. And of course, the product owner is leading that conversation because it's coming with the priorities from the stakeholders. He knows clearly what the stakeholder wants to be delivered first. He has also done all the conversation, engagement, what have you, with the stakeholders to identify which value to be delivered first. When we go further, we'll be looking at how prioritization is done on some of the different techniques the product owner uses to prioritize. And of course, in the practical, you will be guided on how you make use of those prioritization techniques also. Right? So the product owner leads the team in this, and a lot of engagement happens in the sprint planning meeting. Of course, the Scrum Master is there ensuring that there's clarity on what the developers need to do. The developers should know what they need to do. But also, the product owner should be mindful that the work selected should be based on what the team has capacity to do. So the product owner should be conversant with the invest criteria, which of course the Scrum Master champions, guiding the product owner. And so from that, the development team would have clarity on what they need to do. Each of those stories that would end up in the sprint backlog should come without dependencies. The product owner also looks at the team capacity and the availability towards having a clear understanding that the development team will be able to deliver that value. And that goes into the cycle, and they run daily stand up, which is the daily scrum, on every work day. But again, the daily stand up is a meeting for the developers. The product owner is not mandated to be there. On the field, product owners would be there. And as a product owner, you want to take advantage of that meeting to have transparency on the workflow. So if there are requirements also slightly changing from the stakeholders, you are also taking advantage of the daily scrum, which is the daily stand-up meeting, to communicate that slight change or the slight changes to the developers. Right? So we would be sure that we're delivering exactly what the stakeholders want. So all those would go on until the end of the sprint, where the team would come up with a product increment, a piece that had been developed that adds up to subsequent ones until the whole product is now fully developed. So that is what happens from the product owner's angle. And at the end of the meeting, there is the sprint review, which the product owner would be leading the Scrum team to meet with the stakeholders to present a shippable value. Let's take all those junks out. So at the end of the sprint, the product owner is leading the team to meet with the stakeholders, demonstrating a value that had been produced, that had been developed in the course of the sprint. And of course, the stakeholders would be giving feedback on that particular value. Then, of course, lastly, the product owner joins the sprint retrospective meeting where they look together at the process of work and how they could bring some improvement. So, in a nutshell, that is what happens in the course of the sprint. Let's now break it down further. Let's start by looking at what the product owner does or what does it bring to the table during the sprint planning? Number one, of course, when I say E, I make reference to he or she. So the product owner brings clarity to items in the backlog. That's in the product backlog. The product owner brings clarity to items in the product backlog. Product owner needs to ensure this. From this board now, we could assume that this is the product owner. This is one of the developers. Of course, developer is more than one, and this appears to be the Scrum Master, right? So the product owner needs to ensure that there's clarity on what needs to be done in the course of the sprint, and he also describes the highest priority to the team. So in the course of this sprint planning, it tells this team that this is what we want to focus on more. Depending on the kind of board we use in Jira, which we're using for this particular training, in practicals, you would get to the point where you can add priorities to each of those stories. So what makes work more transparent is that the product owner is making emphasis on the priorities, but that could also be captured on the board where the members of the team would know which stories have the higher priorities. So the developers want to focus on the stories with higher priorities first before delivering all other stories. Then of course it checks for each story's alignment to the product's goal. This is very important. This is very important. It needs to make sure that each of those stories is aligned to the product's goal. The product's goal breaks into the sprint goal. So from the product backlog is making sure that that particular piece of story, user story, or work item aligns with the product goal, the ultimate goal of the product, right? Then it determines which story would come into the sprint based on the team's velocity, capacity, and availability. We've dealt on what these mean. The team velocity looking at what the team had been able to deliver in the past to have an understanding of the total estimated work items delivered. The team capacity is what they have ability to do, what they have the skill set to deliver, and then the availability is who is available to deliver what. Then of course he ensures each story aligns with the invest criteria. So the product owner is doing all this during the sprint planning. When you get to the practicals, you would have your chance to roll in the course of the sprint as a product owner. So you should know all this that the product owner needs to do. It's in the sprint planning also, while we try to which of it is it now? I spoke about estimation, the highest priority, and what needs to be done. um okay, based on this, then when it comes to estimation, you would be leading the team to use planning poker as a board, a tool to bring about consensus to the product work. As we go further still, we'll be looking at the planning poker as one of the techniques or the tools to use in prioritization. But just know you note all these, and these are those things you are expected to carry out during your practicals. Let's go further. So from here, the product owner, what does it do during the daily scrum? Of course, I've made mention again and again that one, the product owner is not mandated to be at sprint planning. Daily scrum or daily stand up, because the daily stand up is a meeting for the developers. clearly for the developers to align with themselves, to update themselves on progress. But the Scrum Master is joining them because it's supporting them to deliver. So when there are issues, he should know how to quickly look at those. On the practice, the product owner also joins the daily Scrum because it gives the product owner that transparency into the work pattern to begin to know what the team had been focusing on. So he has the optional participation, and while he's participating, he's bringing clarity. There are times in the course of the sprint that a developer has started work on something and he needs further clarity on it. While the product owner is there, he's able to shed some more light. Oh, this is clearly what the stakeholders want. So the product owner is joining the daily stand up to bring clarity to the workflow. The product owner has the advantage of, to have mentioned this, of having transparency on the work and understanding progress or what had been achieved. And as I mentioned earlier, he takes advantage of the daily scrum also to bring slight changes in the requirements to the team. When those changes coming from the stakeholders are of high priority, something that needs to be quickly adjusted to. For instance, we decided that we are going to um, fix internal doors to the rooms in a house, using building a house as an illustration. We decided this week we are fixing all the internal doors, and that had been captured in our story. Few days to us committing to that particular work item, because that's not the only work item on the board, but few days before committing into that work item, the stakeholder gets across to say, please ensure that all the doors open outside. That is a slight change in the requirements. Perhaps in the previous story that was not clear, or perhaps in the previous story some opens outside, some open inside. But this time around, the stakeholder is communicating clearly that please let all the doors, internal doors, open outside. That is a slight requirement change. That requirement is not what you wait for till the end of the sprint, because when you wait for such till the end of the sprint, all the doors would have been fixed. The requirement change had been communicated earlier. You do not now want the stakeholders to see that done at the sprint review, only to say, oh, but I communicated to you that all the doors should be open outside. So for such slight change that is of higher priority, then mind you, we've always emphasized that all the stories should be adaptive, should be flexible to accommodate change. So the product owner is bringing that to the team even in the course of the sprints, and that is giving the team value to adopt um, and adjust to those changes. Then from there we go to what the sprint product owner does at the sprint review meeting. There are two that I've always mentioned. Of course, we know what the sprint review meeting is for. It comes at the end of the sprint when we've fully delivered a value, an increment, and we as a team, as a Scrum team, the team is now meeting with the stakeholders to demonstrate what value had been done. There are two things we capture there, amongst other things that the product owner would do in that sprint review. The first one is the product owner explains what product backlog item had been done and what has not been done. And I mentioned that while we were going through what the sprint review itself is. That the first phase of it is to align workflow, is to make workflow transparent to the stakeholders in such a way that the team comes up to say, oh, in the last sprint or this current sprint that is ending, these are the total work items we committed to, and in the course of the sprint we're able to finish this. These are the ones who have not finished. We are looking at these ones in the next sprint, and we'll be doing this and blah 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 and the rest. So the product owner is leading the team to communicate what from the product backlog had been completed, what is left to be done. Then two, the product owner discusses the product backlogs at its stand. He or she also projects likely target for delivering data based on progress that has been made. Those two. There is the third that is not added here, which talks about the demonstration. So the product owner also comes back to lead the demonstration of that particular value that had been done. There are times on the field in practice where the product owner would need to call on particular developers to lead that demonstration. Oh, Bola, please could you take some moment to walk us through what we've been able to achieve in this sprint. So Bola takes over as a developer. Oh, so in the course of the sprint, this is what we've been able to do, and practicalize, shows the value, demonstrates the requirements that had now been turned into actual value to the stakeholder. So that happens also in the course of the sprint retrospective, right? Then from there we move over to the sprint retrospective. Rather, I was meant to say sprint review. So now we are on the sprint retrospective. So the product owner attends as an active participant in the sprint retrospective to work with the team for continuous improvements. Is also contributing to the discussions and finding ways by which the entire team improves on their processes. Is bringing value to the sprint retrospective, looking at what the definition of done for the team is, what was the team charter, how are we working, how can we bring some improvements. So it becomes a participant in the sprint retrospective meeting, sharing ideas, sharing thoughts on what went well, what did not go well, and if there are any improvements that needs to be done, that needs to be carried out in the course of the retrospective. All right, so that's what the product owner does in the course of the sprint. And that brings us to the end of this class. In the next class, we'll be looking at what product vision is, where we begin to look at other angles of the duties and roles of the product owner. As I mentioned, we have a long um, route on the product owner track. So as much as possible, we'll cover all the ends, and most of it is what we would reflect on when we get to the practicals. If you have any question at any point, please note them down, send them across. Let's discuss them further. We'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. So we are welcome back to class, and this is the third lesson in module 3 of the product owner training. In the first lesson of module 3, we looked at who product owner is, who and what the product owner is. And in the second lesson of module 3, we looked at the duties or the roles of this product owner in Scrum events, talking about the 5 events in Scrum. And this is the third lesson where we'll be looking at what is a product vision. It would be a short lesson, but it's equally quite important. We've mentioned from the last lesson, we spoke about the product vision, we spoke about the product goal also. The product vision is what the stakeholders' intention is. So, where the stakeholder becomes business or is business, what business goal is becomes the product vision. So, that product vision tends to inform the product itself, and which translates into the product roadmap. So, what is a product vision? A product vision is a clear and compelling description of what a product aims to achieve. That is the product vision. What a product aims to achieve and the value it intends to deliver to its users and stakeholders. That is the product vision. What a product aims to achieve. What do we want to solve here? Or which service or product are we bringing out to meet the need? And what is the value it intends to deliver? Right? So the product vision is telling us what the product would achieve and what value that product would bring. Right? It serves as a guiding statement that outlines the long-term goal and purpose of the product. It outlines the long-term goal and purpose of the product. The product vision provides a shared understanding and direction for the entire product development team, helping them stay focused on a common objective. So this is our vision. This is what we want to deliver. This is the product vision. This is the aim that we want to achieve. This is the value that we want to deliver. On the long run, this is what we want to attain. This is the purpose of that product. All this would come together to clearly define what the product vision is. So that's what the product vision is. I want to believe by now you should begin to imagine some of the different products or projects you've managed in the past and begin to visualize and identify what the product vision of those projects are. Hopefully we would expand on this more in the practicals, but as we go further, still we'll be looking at how this relates to the product journey. How to create a a vision statement. A vision statement of a product vision. The product vision as a vision statement. Who are you delivering to? That's the target customer. Oh, sorry. For whom that is developed, the product would be made for. Then who, talking about the statement of need. What need are you meeting? First one, for, looking at the target customer, whom you're targeting. Then two, the statement of need. What are you filling in? What solution are you providing? What problem are you solving? The statement of need. Then three, the product name itself. And four, the product category. 3 and 4 is talking about describing the product itself. Then talking about that, which is the key benefits, compelling reason to buy and use the products. Then you have some comparison with similar products, and you are also now stating the differentiating statements, on that product. Pardon the use of words there. So all this would come together to make up your vision statement, where your vision statement clearly points to the target or the customer, gives the statement of the need, then talking about what the product is, what category that product belongs to, and a compelling reason to buy that product. What benefits is that product giving? Then looking at the competitive edge you are bringing to the market to build the entire product vision statement. All right, so those two slides make up for the product vision, and that will be the end of this class. We would be relating more to this in subsequent lessons, so please note any gray areas you want us to expand on, and I'll be glad to shed some more light on it. We'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. All right, welcome back to class. This is the lesson 4 of the third module under the product owner training. In the previous lessons, we looked at who the product owner is. We looked at what the product owner does in a sprint. And in the third lesson, we looked at the product vision, what the elements of a vision statement, and the rest. So in this class, we would be looking at, just a moment, we'll be looking at the artifacts in Scrum. Of course, let's cast our mind back quickly to Module 1 and Module 2, where we looked at the 353 of Scrum, talking about the first three. Those are the product owner role, the Scrum Master role, and the developer role. Then the 5 artifacts, talking about the sprint planning, the daily Scrum, the sprint review, and the sprint retrospective. And the last 3, or the second 3 of the 353, talking about the 3 artifacts, the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the product increments. Of course, we have good knowledge of what these are, but from this angle, we want to look at it as a product owner. We've mentioned in previous classes that the product owner owns the product backlog. Requirements from the stakeholders are created or translated into specifications in the product backlog. When we get to the practicals in full, you would be having stakeholders giving you specific requirements. So as a product owner, you are now to take those requirements and convert them into specifications that will be stacked up in your product backlog, and that is what this product backlog training is all about. So we'll be looking at what the product backlog is. In subsequent classes, we would um, look at all the elements in all these. So sorry, I'm a bit distracted. I'm just trying to catch up with a response from someone. All right, sorry about that. So all these are what we would be going through. So at the end of the whole journey of the product owner, you would know what um, the product backlog is. You'll be able to visualize it. At the practicals, you'll be able to create your own product backlog. At the practicals, you'll be able to engage with the stakeholders, take briefs from these product stakeholders, and convert them into product backlog. So this journey in this class is to give you the knowledge of what the product backlog is, what are the elements of the product backlog, how do you create the product backlog and things like that. So let's jump right into it. The product backlog from the angle of the product owner. You know, the Scrum Master looks at the product backlog differently from how the product owner looks at the product backlog. So in this lesson, you are looking at it as a product owner that owns the product backlog. Right, so that sets the foundation for this class. Here we go. So we'll take a quick look at what we have on this left side first. Then from there we'll relate further. So this is the products backlog. We can see this stacked up here being the product backlog item. So in the product backlog PB, we have the PBI. We have the PBIs. In the product backlog, we have the product backlog items. That is why we've often made reference to work items, making reference to the item in the product backlog, right? So what you have in your PB, product backlog, you have your product backlog items. Items are each of those tasks that need to be worked on. That's what the product backlog item is. We could see from here, this, or rather this, represents a requirement from the stakeholder. A stakeholder comes around to say, I want, let's look at the building project that we've been illustrated from. Again, why we've always been using the building projects, I believe, is what everybody could relate well with. Of course, we all at one point or the other, we've seen, we've built, we've supervised, we've managed, we've lived in buildings. So that is what we could relate well with. Okay, so let's say the stakeholder comes around to say, I want a particular type of roofing structure. And he goes around to describe what the roofing structure he wants is. I want this corrugated aluminum sheets, the long span, whatever the stakeholder describes. I want the roofing logging, those are the formwork, to be 20 feet high, whatever description the stakeholder describes. So it is now left for the product owner to convert the requirements of the stakeholder into specifications. What do we need to deliver on? To now break them down. And we can see from here, This is still the PBI. Everything here is the PBI. The items inside are the I, right? This is the product backlog itself, and it has product backlog items inside. And in the product backlog, you could have some as features. You could have some as defects. Defects are errors that need to be corrected, right? Then you could have some as technical work. So the technical work are specifications, detailing of the technicality, the measurements. For instance, well, as we go further, you would see when we get to user story, how we create user story as a product owner. So the technical work makes reference to the detailing of what needs to be carried out, the specification, the specification to units that makes it clear for the developers to know clearly what he or she needs to do. That's the technical work. Then, of course, we also, as needed, could have the knowledge acquisition. The knowledge acquisition is building capacity to deliver that work. I'd explained that in module 2, but let me expand on what this means. Let's say, for instance, we have a cross-functional team, and a member of the cross-functional team knows how to use a saw as a carpenter, SAW, to cut wood, to saw off wood, right? So a carpenter knows how to do that properly. So that becomes his capacity. But in the product cycle of what we are to develop, it requires us to use a bigger machinery. It requires that we have lots of logs or wood loggings to prepare for the roofing structure. We have lots of wood to cut, and it will take a lot of time for us to use the saw, the manual saw, to cut those woods. So according to the product design, in sprint 4 we would be cutting those timber logs into sizes, and we need to use a chainsaw instead of the manual saw. We now need to use an automated saw, the chainsaw. But no member of the team has that capacity to use the chainsaw. What they could use is the manual saw. But of course, as a carpenter with good knowledge of using the manual saw, they could build on that capacity to use chainsaw. So what do you do as a product owner? You will now create stories, work items, but this work item in this case is for knowledge acquisition. That particular developer, that is a carpenter, that knows how to use the manual saw, you would now bring in training for the carpenter in, for instance, sprint 2. So by the time in sprint 2, the carpenter would have completed learning how to use chainsaw. Possibly in sprint 3, would have, if you create another story for that, would have mastered how to use chainsaw. When you now get to sprint 4, is now demonstrating that value that had been learned. So you could find stories in your product backlog focusing on knowledge acquisition, trainings, lessons that would be needed, that would be used as you go further in the course of delivery. So you could have all this in your product backlog. And features alone is now explained further into all this. We'll be seeing all this as we go on. The user story format is just a style of writing feature. The use cases format, then the free form test. So all these things would end up in your product backlog, and they would form what we call the product backlog item. So the product backlog is a dynamic and ordered list of all the work that needs to be done to develop and improve a product. All an ordered list of all the work that needs to be done. These are lists of work we have the list of all the work that needs to be done, all the work that needs to be done here in an ordered way to develop or improve a product, to accomplish a product goal. That is what it's saying. So a product goal could be building an entirely new product. A product goal could also be improving a product. A product goal could be just anything, right? So a product backlog is a dynamic because it should be adaptive, something that could change based on the stakeholders' requirements, right? Something that is flexible, that is dynamic, that is not static, that is improving. You could come back again to reorder your stories based on need. You could create more stories. You could take out old stories, something living. Let me use that word loosely. So the product backlog should be a living product backlog, meaning something that is not rigid, that could have in and out of work items, adaptive work items, and so on and so forth. So it serves as the single source of truth, SST. The product backlog serves as the single source of truth for the Scrum team to understand what needs to be accomplished to achieve the product vision, goal, and objectives. Right? When we say it serves as the single source of truth, what that means is that mere looking at the product backlog, whosoever that is looking at the product backlog, be it the stakeholders, be it members of the development team, be it members of the Scrum team, at a quick glance, they understand clearly what they need to do. They understand clearly what the product journey is. They understand clearly what the product vision is. So the product backlog should contain every piece that would make up the story. Let me illustrate that again from this angle. You know, children play with puzzles. You know, those tiny small cutouts, tiles like stuff to make up images, right? So imagine that the product backlog should contain all the pieces that would make up a full image. Nothing should be missing. So that is what the product backlog should be. It should have all the stories, all the work that needs to be done. Now it becomes a living product backlog because you can add more, you can take some out, you can adjust them. They are flexible. When something is changing, you are adapting to those changes also, right? So, but at a quick glance, everybody should know this is where the product is heading. A good product backlog should achieve that. So it serves as a single source of truth for the Scrum team to understand what needs to be accomplished to achieve the product's vision, goals, and objective. We'll break this further down when we get to the practicals. When you need to create your own stories yourself, your own product backlog, right? At the start of your sprint, on the first sprint, all the members of the team would need to come together and populate the first product backlog. Then from there, each product owner would need to manage the product backlog and be responsible for all the stories in the product backlog. There would still be some knowledge acquisition that we've developed into your practicals. So it would be the responsibility of the product owner to create stories for those knowledge acquisitions also in your sprint, right? So ideally, each item has value to the user of the product. And in the next slide, we would see what it is like. I've shown this earlier. We can see that each item has value. It has a well-defined value to the user of the product. From this illustration, this lady represents the product owner, and we can see different items in her hands, and we can see different stakeholders standing requirements over to the product owner, right? I had mentioned in module 2 that every work item should come from the stakeholders to the product owner. It shouldn't go directly to the developers, but it should come through the product owner so that the product owner stack so that the product owner would now stack all of these on the product backlog. The product owner takes each of the item, stacks it up on the product backlog, and every product backlog is pointing also to the product goal. So that is the illustration from here. Let's move further. Yes. So we could see from here, from the vision that we spoke about in the last class, product vision, to the product backlog. The customer or the end user, this represents the end user. You can see two layers of stakeholders here. The customer is also a stakeholder, by the way, but is as an end user stakeholder. This stakeholder here represents business stakeholder, the organization you work for. This customer stakeholder here could represent either the end user that will consume that product or a client to the organization you work for. Where it is a client to the organization you work for, we call this B2B. B2B, which means business to business. When the stakeholder, the external stakeholder, is another business that you're working for. Take for instance, the you work in an organization and it is an IT organization, and one of the things we do in the organization is that we develop websites. Now, you are not the one consuming the website, you are just the one developing the website. Here is a business that has a fashion store, right? This is another business that owns a fashion store and has chains of stores all across the region. Now, at some point, this business needs a website, approaches your own business, build us a website. You know, the website to be built for this fashion store, they are not the ones consuming it directly. They have their own customers all across the region that will be consuming the product, but they own it. So this become a business to business, where the organization you work for is developing a product directly for the customer. That is called B2C, business to customer, right? So it could come in different forms. So we could have a customer, outsider, external stakeholder, as either a business or another or a customer, a proper customer, an end user customer, or a client customer, right? Let's differentiate by those. End user customers, those are the customers to consume it, or client customers. I often make reference to them as end user stakeholders or client stakeholders, because they are all stakeholders. Even an internal management team is a stakeholder to the development team, right? So let's assume a customer, a client customer, has a vision. Just as I've mentioned, you want to build a website for your product. You have stores, you have stores building, you have stores selling um, clothing materials. So you want to build a website for that. That is your big idea. That big idea needs to be converted to a strategy. How do you achieve that strategy? You meet with the stakeholder, another business, guys, build us a website, and you give them the requirements needed. They now take those requirements and break them down into different layers. They set out the strategies. In Agile, this strategy would be done between business to business, in this case, between the internal, pardon me, between the internal and the external. It will be done business to business, right? And what happens in Agile is that members of the business would be meeting with the externals to come up with a strategy in a collaborative way. There could be brainstorming sessions and all the rest. Sometimes the product owner would be dragged along these meetings with the customers, so that the product owner is also there, having the first hand information that the external stakeholder wants, and they come up with a strategy for it. In that illustration, we're talking about building a website for e-commerce. So we now need to look at, okay, what will be the back end? What will be the database for the website? what would be the access point to the database? How would customers be able to access securely? In that access would be how would they would be all the details, their payments information, their personal information and the rest, and also what infrastructure are we using for the entire thing. So they come up with a strategy in a collaborative way. So we can see that it is the same big idea here that is now broken into the strategies. But the strategies, the team now takes it in, management team takes that in and sits further to brainstorm and begin to break them down into pieces of layers. And they come up with tactics for the strategies. How do we achieve a secured login journey? How do we achieve a database that is secured and robust, that is accessible, that is that could scale? Scaling means it could expand when needed. When there are more traffic, it automatically increases the bandwidth, you know, um things like that. When it goes to other region, it has replications that makes it more accessible, also making it available. So the team will now break it down to further pieces. By the time it gets to the team, it would have been broken further into tiny pieces. And this is what Agile does. So Agile, or Scrum in this case, breaks the entire big project into small chunks, smaller chunks, smallest chunks. And each of these could be broken into tasks. And based on the team's capacity, the task could be taken into the product backlog. So that is how it works. So for instance, if this team has capacity to work on, let's assume each of these piece rather is 2 points. So we have 2 points, meaning the team has capacity, a team of 3 developers. Mind you, Scrum team is between 5 to 9. So you could actually have 3 developers plus the product owner and the Scrum Master. So let's say a team of 3 developers, they have capacity to work on let's say 12 stories per 2-week sprint. 12 stories per 2-week sprint. That means each person could work on 4 stories per sprint, right? Meaning each person could work on 2 story, 2 stories, 2 story points rather. Pardon me. I make reference to story points, not numbers of stories, but the story points. 2 story points per week of a 2-weekly sprint. I hope that is clear. So each person, just let's assume each person could work on 4 story points per sprint. Then it means that the product owner would bring in total work item that would equate to 12 story points. So if each of these is a 2 story point, so the product owner is bringing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. There we have 7 here. So 6 of these would be translated into your product backlog, right? Mind you, this last to be action would form the product backlog. So everything here would move into your product backlog. And based on the team's availability and capacity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? This will now go into your sprint backlog. So that's how it works. So we could see the product owner taking all the requirements from the stakeholders and translating them into a product backlog. While work is on, is still meeting with the stakeholders again and again and looking at the changes. The customer could come back and say, please, could we have the logo of the organization on the right side of the website? Oh, that's beautiful. No problem, we'll do that. And while in development, while they're still developing that, the customer sees a need to come back and say, never mind, let's have the logo on the left side this time around. Okay, if it's something we could accommodate, fine. So we have the requirements that could be slightly changing. Let me be clear on this. In Scrum, you do not need to worry much on the costs. Scrum focuses on developing a product that meets exactly what the stakeholder wants. When we go further, we will see how the product owner has an idea or makes estimates for the project, looking at budgets, but the objective of Scrum clearly is delivering value to the customer, right? So all these will now be translated into your product backlog. Next slide. And in the next slide, I believe we are conversant with this now, which is the criteria for having a healthy product backlog. A product owner should keep a healthy product backlog, maintaining a healthy product backlog. And what is expected is that each piece of the story should be detailed appropriately. All the needed information should be added to the story. So when you are creating your own story for your sprint, when you get to the practicals, we will be looking out for the full details of that story. And what that means is that any developer that picks that story, when I mean story, it also means user story, and it also means work items, work item, or it also means task. So every user, every developer rather, every developer that is to work on that story should open that story and sees clearly what he or she needs to do. The developer needs not call on the product owner. Product owner, what do I need to do here? I need more specification. All the specifications should be added to that story. Every information should be added to that particular story. So when you roll over to the practicals, we'll be looking out at your stories. Each one of them, they should be detailed enough. Then the E is estimation. We want to have an idea how long it will take to complete that task. So at this point, at the product owner level, it could have some understanding of how long that task should take. However, when this team sits on the backlog at the sprint planning meeting, the team now goes into some form of voting where each person could express themselves on how long they feel each task should take. So in practicals, again, we'll be making use of planning poker as a tool where you'll be able to make use of to coordinate the team on how long each work item should take, right? So that is what the estimate is. And I've often made reference saying the estimate is different from the actual. The estimate is just an idea. How long should it take? The roofing structure we are trying to build, how long will it take us to put up the formwork for the roof? Then how long will it take us to begin to put the um, roofing sheets? How long will it take us to paint the wall? Those things in that order, on and on and on. So there should be an estimate. Then again, the emergent, we've explained this again and again, where each work item is flexible. You could bring changes to it as needed. When the product owner, the stakeholder, was meant to say, when the stakeholder came back and said, oh, could you move the logo to the left side? Your backlog is flexible to accommodate such. So you should be able to move things around on your detailing. This emergency is talking about the detail. It should be flexible to accommodate. It should be dynamic enough. Then the last one, which stands for P, we're talking about the deep criteria, DEEP. The last one, which stands for prioritization, is the order in which features would be developed. So the product owner should have a clear understanding that, guys, we need to lay the formwork for the roofing structure before we begin to fix the roofing sheets on the formwork. I hope this is clear to us. Simple rule, keep it updated, ready for at least 2 sprints ahead. When we say ready for at least 2 sprints ahead, we should have an idea that we're making reference to backlog refinements. When your backlog is continuously being prepared and made ready for future sprints. All right, so that will be all the class for this lesson. We'll meet again in the next lesson, but briefly, we have been able to look at the first artifact in Scrum from the angle of the product owner, breaking it down to what the product backlog could contain, then also how stakeholders' requirements get translated to the specifications built by the product owner that would now end up in the product backlog. If you have any question at any point, please note them down and send them across. I'll be glad to jump over and also do justice to those. We'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. All right, well, welcome back to class, and this is the 5th lesson of module 3 for the product owner training. And in this lesson, we'll be looking at the second artifact, which we have good understanding of what it is. That is talking about the sprint backlog. In the last lesson, we looked at the product backlog as the first artifact in Scrum from the angle of the product owner. So in this lesson, we would progress from the first to the second Scrum artifact, the sprint backlog. I believe by now we still remember what happens in a sprint, and a sprint is that duration of developing a value for the stakeholders. Scrum runs in sprints. That's why we often talk about iterations. And from the last class, we spoke about the product backlog that has all the work items or the stories to complete a product. Product backlog the as a product goal. And we mentioned from the last class that from the product backlog, based on the team's ability and capacity, the team comes around at the sprint planning meeting to pick a set of work items they can complete in a sprint duration. So from the entire product backlog, they would come together and decide which they would pick. Which they would pick as some considerations. And that brings us to the inverse criteria, which we consider. In Module 2, we discussed extensively on what happens in a sprint planning. And we mentioned that the inverse criteria serve as a guide for the sprint planning. So the sprint backlog is the second artifact. Artifact is that tangible, I don't want to use the word physical, but it's that tangible aspects of Scrum, what we can make reference to as regards the work that is being developed. And of course, we have the product backlog now, the sprint backlog. Is that tangible side or the tangible development itself. So the sprint backlog as an artifact in Scrum represents the set of work items that the development team has committed to completing during a specific sprint. We know that the sprint cycle is between 1 to 4 weeks. So the sprint backlog represents the work the development team, those are the developers, as committed to. The work the development team has committed to completing during the cycle of a sprint. Because we have good understanding of that again. So when we look at the board for a moment, this becomes an active sprint. So this is what the team has committed to. Let's assume this is the beginning of a sprint. This is what the team has committed to in this particular sprint. So it is a subset of the product backlog. Of course, we can see from here is a piece or a cut off, a portion of the product backlog that we now decided to deliver in a duration of a sprint, which contains all the work item required to achieve the product vision and goal. The product backlog has the product vision and goal. So the sprint backlog is a portion of it that has the product vision and goal. So when that portion moves here, it would have the sprint goal. The sprint goal is what the team set out to achieve in the course of a sprint. The sprint backlog is created and owned by the development team. Please, let's note that. The sprint backlog is owned by the development team. The product backlog is owned by the product owner. Why is the sprint backlog owned by the development team? Because they are the ones to deliver that sprint goal. They are the ones committed to that sprint goal. The product owner is not the developer. He owns what is being developed, but the developers, The ones they've decided to work on in the course of the sprint will now belong to them to work on. And that is why this informs why we say the daily stand up or the daily scrum belongs to the developers also. They are updating and reviewing their work process day in, day out, right? So the sprint backlog is created and owned by the development team. Of course, we know from the sprint planning that this creation is done by the entire team coming together, led by the product owner. Of course, led by the product owner because he is the one telling them what is next in priority, what the stakeholders want to be delivered soonest. But after the set of work had been picked, the development team would then run with those items themselves. Of course, as we've said over time, they have the Scrum Master with them, supporting and helping them to deliver value. So the sprint backlog is created and owned by the development team with guidance from the product owner and input from the Scrum Master. The product owner is guiding them, telling them what should be developed. Is also bringing clarification to them on what the stakeholders want and how they want it. And the Scrum Master is there to support them, making a flow in Scrum, ensuring that Scrum is adhered to in delivering that particular work. Then the inverse criteria would be the guide for the team at the sprint planning event, which focuses on the sprint backlog. So we could see from here, from the angle of the product owner, the product owner is leading the team, let me use that word, into the sprint planning meeting where he ensures that clarifications are made on each of those stories, ensuring that the developers clearly understand, what they need to do and deliver the right value that would fit in for the stakeholders. So the product owner is that middle gap, communicating the mind of the stakeholders to the team and also ensuring that the sprint is adhered to because that forms a piece of the product goal as well. Before we close this class, let's look at these quick slides. In this first slide, it says warning sign, day 1 and day 2 of the sprint. I want you to take a moment to look at what you have on the screen. Why have we said this is a warning sign? In day 1 and day 2 of the sprints, if you are the product owner and in the course of your daily stand-up, you realize that this is what you have on your board, and we're saying this is a warning sign. What makes it a warning sign? Mind you, it has what we call Kaizen there, which is the continuous improvement brought in from the retrospective. So this team appears to be doing well because they've been able to also bring actionable items from their previous sprint retrospective into what will be achieved in the next sprint. But we're saying what we have on the screen is a warning sign. Chokoyo, note it down why we say this is a warning sign. Right? And the next one, we say also that this is also a warning sign on the last day of the sprint. So why have we said this also is a warning sign on the last day of the sprint? Mind you, this one also has Kaiser on it. But from what we can see here, we are identifying both to be warning signs. Let's go back to the last one, and I'll quickly explain to us before we close this class why this is a warning sign. It is a warning sign because this is day one, between day one and day two of the sprint, and we can see from here that no story is moved in progress at all. There is no story in progress. If one day into your sprint and second day into your sprint, no story had been moved from your board, then it becomes a warning sign. Let's say from the board. Let's say we just committed to this sprint and each developer is to jump over and commit to work. The following day, which is the end of the first day of starting the sprint, you come to your daily stand-up and there's nothing in your to-do progress. That becomes a warning sign because it is either the developers had not started work at all, or the developers are not progressing their cards on the board. Mind you, in Module 2, I lay emphasis on why the developers must update their workflow. That brings transparency to everybody. So where we see that day one, day two of the sprint, nothing is in progress. In actual sense, this story carries a 1 point. On day one, the story should move here. And whatsoever we tend to call it, by day two of the story, a 1 story point should be done. But if your team has nothing on the in progress by day one, and that same thing happens by day two, there is fire on your mountain. Just as I mentioned, it's either the developers are not working at all, or that the developers are not progressing their tickets. And that is one of the beauties we have from the daily stand-up. It brings that transparency and we can follow through. We can know when the developers are moving well, and when a story is estimated 1 or 2, we are expecting same to be delivered in that same span. So that is what makes this a warning sign, when in day 1 and day 2 nothing gets to the progress column. All right, and the next one, what makes this a warning sign also? This is the last day of the sprint. On the last day of the sprint, you want to see most of your tickets in the done column. Most of your tickets should have been done with, right? So when you're still having your tickets in progress, that means there is fire on your mountain and you should do something about it. Let's look at the board again. Let's say we have tomorrow is our sprint, end of sprint. Let's look at all these stories, for instance. All these stories, this is a 1 point story, 1 point story, 2 point story, 3 point story, 1 point story, and a 5 point story. So if anything at all on your 10-day sprint, within a 10-day cycle of a sprint, you should have all these stories in done already. It's either they are moved, the developers had completed it, his or her work, moved to a review, and also the tester, the QA, had also accomplished his or her own task. the product owner also should be working in that flow with the team, looking at what needs to be done, ensuring they are done properly, and moving them to done. So on your last day of the sprint, you should have at least most of your stories in the done column. So it becomes a warning sign when on your last day of the sprint you have nothing to deliver, nothing to write home about. That makes it the warning from your board. So we can see the impact and the effects of having a transparent workflow pattern and the value it gives the Scrum team. All right, so that will be all for this class. We would meet again in the next class when we shall be looking at the third Scrum Artifact, making reference to the product increment. If you have any questions, please note them down and send them across. I'll be glad to class. And in this class, this should be a short lesson. And this short lesson is module 3 of module 3 lesson 6 of the product owner training. Module 3 lesson 6 of the product owner training. And in this lesson, we would quickly look at the product increment from the angle of the product owner. In the previous two lessons, we looked at the first Scrum Artifact, making reference to the product backlog, and then the second Scrum Artifact, making reference to the sprint backlog. So here is the third Scrum Artifact, the product increment. And we said in module 2 that the product increment is the shippable value at the end of a sprint. It's what had been developed that adds up to what had previously been developed. So the increment begins to grow from sprint to sprint until the entire product is developed. That's why we call it a product increment. It's building up, it's growing. So a piece joins what had been developed previously and it begins to grow. That's what we call the product increment. Right, I mentioned it would be a short class. So let's have a quick look at it. The flow from the product backlog. It moves some work items, stories, move from the product backlog into the sprint backlog. And the team works on the sprint backlog in the course of the sprint. That is what they focus on to deliver. And at the end of the sprint, what they deliver is the third artifact, which is the product increment, which is the deliverable. So for a moment, just quickly again, from the product backlog, the first artifact, we have some work items, duties or tasks moved into the sprint to be worked on in the course of the sprint. That's what gives us the sprint backlog, the second artifact. And in the course of the sprint, it's worked on and delivered as the increment, the third artifact. So quickly, let's look at what these are, the product increments. What are those tangibles that could form the product increments? So a product increment could be the potentially shippable increments of the product. What is valuable? It could be an MVP software. MVP stands for minimum viable product. We've dedicated a class to that. So when we go further, we would understand what the MVP, minimum viable product, is. But just as a quick one, The minimum viable product is the um bare minimal functional usable tangible products that could be developed. That's the minimum viable product. It's just the bare minimum functionality of that product that could first be developed. We use MVP to test the waters, right? So we could have MVP as a software, MVP as a hardware also. Then a research work could form your deliverable. So we're looking at what could a team work on in the course of the sprint and deliver. So when you go through a research work at the end of the sprint, you are expected to deliver um, a presentation on that research work or a value to that particular research work. Then of course that could also be a new process that would be your MVP, something of value or something that could be measured also. All this would make up the product increment, which means any of this based on what the team is focusing on. So in a nutshell, we could say that your product increment should be the sprint goal achieved at the end of the sprint. When your team is able to achieve your sprint goal, that will translate into your product increment. Is that clear? When we have the sprint goal delivered, when we get here where the team is having a sprint goal, what they want to deliver, accomplish in a sprint. Let's say for instance, in this sprint, we want to deliver the foundation, we want to deliver the approval, we want to do some form of the block wall. So at the end of the sprint, when we deliver these ones, those ones will be the product increments. So that means the sprint goal is being translated to your product increment. The sprint goal, when delivered, would become your product increment. And the last slide for this particular class is this. Before we could deliver any product, there's what we call the definition of done, right? In Module 2, we spoke about definition of ready. Definition of ready is what determines if a story is ready to sprint or not. So let's now look at what definition of done is. Definition of done is quality in Scrum is achieved through the definition of done, where done means absolute completion of a functional increment. When you have fully completed a functional increment, that's when we say it is done. On the field, we often call it done, right? In your story, in subsequent classes, we would look closer at what we call acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria comes with each of the story, and acceptance criteria means how do we know that you have done what you committed to in the sprint. So this is how the acceptance criteria works. While the product owner is writing each of those stories, is also adding the expectation at the end of completing that story. So that forms the acceptance criteria. Before I accept this task as done, what should I look out for? So for instance, you are to build a wall for the building. Let's say a portion of the wall you need to build the wall from the lintel level to the roof. So your acceptance criteria could be, or one of the elements in the criteria could be that you have walls up to 5 meters as part of what you expected. So when the product owner is checking that story, when the tester also is checking that story, is checking what you have claimed you have done against what the acceptance criteria is. So the acceptance criteria forms that piece of that story that measures when that work had been done. But it is not written after the work had been done. It's written when you are giving the work out to that particular developer, right? I make this illustration. Let's say, for instance, you want to sew a cloth. You are to attend a party and you want to sew a cloth, and you went to your tailor and you gave your tailor the material for the cloth, and your tailor took the measurement. Your tailor has different developers, right? Tailors, um, apprentice tailor, experienced tailors in his workshop. So he calls one of them, take the measurements of this client, right? So you drop the material, you check the design that is needed, you pick a particular design, and your measurement is taken, and you are asked to come back for it, or it will be delivered to you. Let's assume it will be delivered to you on a um, on a particular agreed date. You agreed to a date when the material will be ready. Now you leave, and the tailor or the sewing um, business place gets to work. In the course of it, the owner of the store, that is the let's assume that is the product owner of that store, whom you gave the work to, now detailed out all the specification needed to sew that cloth, and attached all the diagrams or the design or pattern to it, where you need to put the button, where you need to put the embroidery and all the rest, and writes out what he expects. So when the tailors finish developing, sewing those cloth or that particular cloth, the product owner, that's the owner of that business, who also has good knowledge of sewing, who also understands clearly what you, the client, want, would check what you have done against the instructions he had given you. That forms the acceptance criteria. So the tailor sewing that cloth would consider the measurement of the cloth, and they will be sewing as to the measurements of the cloth. They would also be sewing to the design of the cloth as well. They will be sewing according to all the specifications you have given in that particular cloth. So that is what we mean by acceptance criteria. So when you are checking, when the tailor says, Oga, I have finished sewing this cloth, and it comes back to you, you are checking against the instructions, the acceptance criteria you gave earlier. So that's what we mean by acceptance criteria. But why acceptance criteria becomes a piece in what we call done, definition of done, is because in that illustration, yes, the tailor had finished sewing that cloth and he followed all the specification you gave, but at the point the tailor finished sewing that cloth, is not it's not the same way you would deliver that cloth to the client. The duty of sewing had been completed, but there are still other things to be done, including ironing that cloth, folding that cloth appropriately, ironing it properly because it needs to be shipped, bagging it, packaging the cloth, putting possibly the label of the um, industry or the workshop that had sold that cloth on it, including taking it out for delivery and sending it and shipping it. All those would form the definition of done. So that's why we see here that definition of done is more than just the acceptance criteria. It contains checking that there are no errors, the technical depth, right? No technical depth, there are no errors, there are no faults. Yes, the cloth had been sold according to specification, but you are now checking, are there no loose threads? Are there no, you know, oil stain? Had it been done properly beyond just sewing the cloth? Then all testing has been completed. You are checking properly to make sure that it meets exactly what it is meant for. There are no loose ends. You are checking the button holes to be sure that the button holes, after being created, had been opened so that the buttons could go inside. You are checking the alignment of the lower end, all those things. So all these would make up definition of done. Code had been reviewed. This has to do with software development. Then the increment was accepted by the product owner. What we mean by increment was accepted by the product owner. Delivery, development stops by the developer, stops here. Then the tester checks it and is sure or certain that it had been done, moves it here. But beyond the tester checking also, the product owner, we mentioned that in module 2, that only the product owner has the responsibility to accept a completed work. So the product owner is also accepting the work as completed. So that is what we mean by this. So done could be modified as the team matures and more information comes in. What this means is that the definition of done for the team is also predefined. While the team is going into production, they are clearly defining their definition of done. Before we say any work is done, in practice, one of the elements you would also find in definition of done is documentation. And in basics agile, that is how agile keeps documentation of the product that had been developed. So depending on different teams or different organizations, they would come up with their own definition of done. So what had been predefined as the team's definition of done is then now what could be modified. Mind you, it's agile. Anything agile is subject to adjustments, should be flexible, should not be rigid. So as time goes on, where there is need for us to adjust definition of done, we would also be doing that. Then lastly, quality can also be achieved through pair programming. We're not discussing much about this. This is out of this scope directly, but what it means on a lighter note is where two developers are paired together, and while one is leading, the other is navigating. One is driving, writing the code, the other is checking the code. So it ensures that quality is delivered from the onset. That is what that means. Um, Hopefully, there should be a different class that would take us through that. Pair programming could be found from agile engineering practices. All right, so that will be all for this class. If you have any question or where you want us to expand upon, please let me know and I'll be glad to do that. We'll see you again. And this is Module 3, Lesson 7. And in this module, we'll be looking at what goes into the product backlog. In the previous lesson, we looked at the third artifact. After that's the product increment. After we've gone through the first artifact, the first Scrum artifact, which is the product backlog. Then the second artifact, which is the sprint backlog. So here we go. What goes into the product backlog? By now we have good understanding what the product backlog is. Product backlog contains all the work items, the task to deliver a particular product. So let's jump into the class. Epics, features, and stories. Epics, features, and stories. By now we know what stories are. Stories are also called user stories, and we'll be seeing why we call it user stories in this particular class. Epics, features, and stories. Epics are the bigger chunks. Big stories that require decomposition. Epics are components of the enterprise vision. So there is the vision here. The vision is broken into epics. So in the same illustration we've been talking about as narration for the practicals, training, we've been using building a house as the narration. In that same illustration, let's look at the vision, enterprise vision, the vision itself. Let's add vision here and put vision. No, vision. So that's vision. So let's say the vision is building the house. That's the vision. So the vision would make the project itself or the product. So when we can break that vision into smaller bits, into smaller chunks, so that will give us that transparency needed for that particular project. In this case, let's break the house project into what we have here. And that's exactly what we have on the board. Is house projects, that's the vision, broken down into epics. Approver for the house, foundation for the house, block work for the house. So in this block wall, we would look at lintel, the window structure, the door, and all the rest. Then the roofing, plastering, mechanical works, finishing. Of course, these are just few of them. We actually developed this or populated this for training purpose. So we can see the vision, house projects. We can now see the epics. The epics for that particular project. So if we open inside each of these epics, we've done this in module 2. So inside these epics, we have the stories. What we have here, if we go by this, let's go by this, then we'll relate to that. On the board inside the epics we have stories, but in this illustration inside epics we have features. And why we have that is this: epic um epics are the big stories that require decomposition. Decomposition means breaking them down. Epics are components of the enterprise vision, and epics um the business value can best be estimated at this level, at the epic level. The business value, meaning what is the value of foundation, of approval, what is the value of foundation. So that value, when we go further and when we get into prioritization, we see how comes to play. Value helps us determine what we want to deliver first. That's what that's making reference to here. Business value can best be estimated at this level because it's a big block. So we can have clear understanding what the value that big block of work would deliver to us. Then feature is a subset of an epic that comprises of a chunk of functionality. Is that functionality that determines the feature that delivers business value, right? The functionality that would determine business value. If we want to add functionality to this, for instance, when we get to, let's use block wall for as an example, we could decide that lintel formation will be a functionality, right? Or we have window casement as a functionality. It's a it's a component that has a function. That particular function, if we pick window casement as a functionality, that window casement will now have other tasks within it, other stories, talking about the glass, talking about the aluminum frame, talking about the tint on the glass, talking about the measurement and different things like that. So that's why we have features or feature under epic here. Epic is the big block. So on the job, you want to look out for what the epic is. It's best to define business value at the epic level. When you get to the feature, you are looking at the functionality. So a subset of the epic that comprises of a chunk of functionality that delivers business value. Then user stories are written from the user's perspective. This is very important. The user stories, they are written from the user's perspective. When we go into the next slide, we will see what a user story um, looks like. Another user story still, you follow the inverse characteristics. That's the inverse criteria, which we are familiar with now. Inverse standing for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small, and testable. Right? So note that the user stories is from the user's perspective, not from technical perspective. Then lastly, we have task. So you could have task inside user story written by developers or the team who would execute that particular task. This is a side note here which we would be considering when we get to estimates. User stories are measured in story points. You've listened to me mention story points again and again from time to time. So user stories are best measured in story points. Story pointing is not the only measurement of stories. Effort plus complexity plus uncertainty will give us a story point. When we go further, we would expatiate on this. All right, so just note that we have epic at the top, you have features, you have user stories, and you have tasks, depending on the structure of your organization and what they decide. On Jira, of course, we are making use of Jira. On Enterprise Jira, there is a level above. There are two levels actually on Enterprise Jira that they could also introduce to the board. There is the capability and there is the initiative. That's on Enterprise Jira. But you don't need to bother about these two. Just note that you have the epic. Epics are big stories, big blocks of the vision. You have features, features focusing on functionality. Features are not different from user stories, but this time around, you are putting similar user stories that would deliver a feature. Similar user stories that would deliver a feature. For instance, a login journey. A login journey, a customer wants to log in to a particular platform. There are different stories, and for that login journey, different stories will deliver that feature of logging in, right? So features focus on functionality. Then user stories note it should be written from the user's perspective. Then the task should be the developers interpreting the stories on how they would execute it, what they need to do to execute the task. Next slide, please. So here is what we call the user story, and this is the format for user story. Writing a user story. It has three elements: the user, the goal, and the benefit. Mind you, in the last slide, we said the user story should be written from the angle of a user, not from a technical angle, from the end user's angle, from the end user's view. So it asks, as a user, I want to, the goal, so that, and that is what we have here. This is the user, user to user. This is the goal, what you want to do. And this is the benefits. Right? As a product owner, which you are in this training or learning as a product owner, I want to write a well descriptive story. That is what you want to do, so that the developers will understand what needs to be done. That is the benefit it will give the developers. Another user story example: as a developer, I want to create an explainer video on interviews. That is what you want to do, so that the stakeholders will have clarity on my understanding. That is the benefits. So user stories have three elements: who is writing it, what is being, or who is doing it, what is being done, and the benefits of what would be done. That is the three elements a user story has. However, there is this addition to your story, to your card. We will see what I make reference to as a card in the next slide, which is the acceptance criteria. We've mentioned about acceptance criteria in the last lesson, right? So we can see here, define the end user as a end user, specify what they want, that's the goal, what you want to do, and describe the benefits. All these three would form a user story. So in each user story, These three components must be there. You would find in some places that they take time to write user story and just make it two. It's meant to have the three. What needs to be done, the who is doing what wants to be done, and the benefits that would give. The three elements of the user story must be there. Where the acceptance criteria would be added is, how do we know that what I want to do is now done? So in these two examples we made here, as a developer, I want to create an explainer video on interview so that the stakeholder will have clarity on my understanding. So your acceptance criteria, which we acronym AC, would reflect how do we get to know when you have done this. That is what the user story focuses on. Given that, then I want to see this, right? So the user story, the acceptance criteria, is how we test the validity of what is claimed to have been developed. Mind you, we said earlier that the product owner writes the user stories. When we check these stories, I'm sure that we should have them in user story format. Yes, you can see this. As a surveyor, I want to divide the land into components. That is what the surveyor wants to do, so that the dimensions are well distributed. That is the benefit you would have, right? As a surveyor, I want to divide the land into components so that the dimensions are well distributed. In your practicals, we would be checking each of your stories, and we want to see the elements of the three elements of the user stories there. And what that gives the developers is clear understanding of what needs to be done. And what makes this the role of a product owner interesting, you would have observed that I've made quite a lot of reference to the product owner from the angle of the stakeholders, not from technicality, but from the angle of the stakeholder. So you are writing stories from the angle of who wants that particular feature. That is what a product owner does. So in your practicals, again, we would be checking each of your user stories to contain these elements, and when any of these elements is not there, you would be marked down on that particular user story. All right, let's move forward. In this next slide, we are looking at, I made reference to this in one of the classes in module 2 when I mentioned about the 3 C's. The 3 C's, talking about the card, the conversation, and the confirmation. The card, the conversation, and the confirmation. These three, they are also the same as the user story, because what it means is that the card is the story itself, the work item that needs to be done. The conversation represents the N in invest criteria. So meaning in each of the sprint planning session, your team has, we expect to see your story represented by the card, the conversation representing the discussion or what needs to be done, and the confirmation representing the clarity. when developers know exactly what they need to do. It's the same with this: who, what, why. Who, what, why. Who, what is being developed, and the benefits. Why? Which is also the same as this. The recipient is who would receive it. The action is what is being done, and the value is the benefit we will see from it. So these three, they are representation of the user story from different angles, or different angles rather. So writing product backlog items. A product backlog item should convey all the context needed for the team to deliver an outcome aligned with the value requested. The value requested is the requirement from the stakeholders. The value requested is the requirement from the stakeholders. So the PBI, product backlog item, should carry all the information needed by the development team to deliver exactly what the stakeholders want. Going forward, we now look at, of course, we understand what this means, so I wouldn't take so much time on the inverse criteria again. We know what they mean. I stands for independence, meaning each story standing on its own. N stands for negotiation, that discussion that happens on the story. V stands for valuable, what tangibility is that story giving us. E stands for estimable, we need to have an idea when that piece of story will be delivered. S stands for small, is small enough to be delivered in that sprint. Then T stands for testable, meaning that it demonstrates quality. The value delivered should have quality, right? So moving further, the definition of ready. Under the definition of ready, we have the definition of ready is a set of criteria that a user story or product backlog item must meet before it is ready to be considered for inclusion in a sprint or development cycle. And in module 2, we made lots of emphasis on the definition of ready. When any story has not met the inverse criteria, such a story does not meet definition of ready. When the story also, when the team has no availability to work on that story, or they do not have the capacity, which is the skill set, to work on that story, that means also that that story does not meet definition of ready. This is availability, mind you, and this is capacity. It's not AC standing for acceptance criteria, no. Right? So the definition of ready is a set of criteria that a user story or product backlog item, a product backlog item is an item, a work item, a task in the product backlog, must meet before it is ready to be considered for inclusion in the sprints. So where the story does not meet definition of ready, it means that story is not ready to sprint. Definition of ready serves as a guideline for the product owner. So you as a product owner, you should equip yourself with good knowledge of what to check out for before a story is ready to sprint. Same as the Scrum Master. When you have a good Scrum Master, the Scrum Master is guiding you to ensure that your story meets definition of ready. So it serves as a guide for the product owner and the development team to ensure that the user stories are well prepared and clear enough for effective planning, estimation, and implementation. So definition of ready is that measurement or that guide or that rule or whatever you want to call it that you are checking each story against before you drop that story in a sprint backlog ready to sprint. Of course, you could keep those stories in a sprint placeholder. Let me show us what a sprint placeholder is. When we go to the backlog again, this sprint is currently on sprint 2. So the active sprint is sprint 2. This sprint 3, sprint 4, they are placeholders for sprints. So you may keep such a story that is not ready to sprint in the placeholder, but it should not come into a sprint that is ready to be commenced if it does not meet the definition of ready. Meaning, if the work item cannot be completed in that sprint. If you don't have time to work on that work item, then it cannot be completed. If you don't have the skill set to deliver it, then it cannot be completed. If the story is too big and it's not independent, then you cannot complete on that story too. The definition of ready helps to avoid misunderstandings and delays during the sprint planning. Why? Because you have planned enough, you have planned well for each of the story. You have planned, you have ensured that all the details needed to deliver that story is made available for that piece of story. So it helps the team to avoid misunderstandings and delays during sprint planning and ensures that the team can work efficiently on the selected item. So when any developer picks on that story, it's certain that they know such a developer knows what he or she needs to do, and he has the capacity to deliver that piece of story. Moving forward, this is now a format to write acceptance criteria. Most organizations may not follow this format, but it's one of those things a good product owner wants to know. Given, when, then. This is just an addition. The and is just an addition, right? Let's look at this example in writing as an acceptance criteria. Given I am an authorized user, then I want to have a log out button. When I click on the log out button, then I want the system, what the system should do to close current authorization session or redirect me to a particular different page. Given, when, and then, given that I take this step, what it should give me. Given I haven't received email verification, when I click the verification link from it, then the system should execute valid link validation. Given, when, then. Given, when, then. Given that the developer had finished what he claimed he had finished, when I do this, then I should have this. Let's go back a moment. Let's look at this. Yes, this. The product owner, this is a user story. As a product owner, I want to write a well-descriptive story so that the developer would understand what needs to be done. So when the developer that wrote this story as a product owner, don't get that confused. A developer jumps on this story and delivers this. So when the developer comes back to say, I have done this, then what do we test what the developer claims that he has done? That's the given, when, and then. Given that the product owner had done what he claims to have done, let's go there again. When I check for the material or the resources, then I should have understanding on what the product owner had done. So that makes it simple and clear enough for the developer to understand what is developing that piece of user story against. And that is the format for the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria are specific conditions and requirements that must be met for a user story or product backlog item to be considered complete and accepted by the product owner. I mentioned earlier in previous classes that only the product owner can accept a completed piece of work. No one accepts a piece of work as completed but the product owner. It is only the product owner in a Scrum team that accepts a piece of work, right? So an acceptance criteria are specific conditions and requirements that must be met for a user story or product backlog item to be considered complete and accepted by the product owner and stakeholders. The acceptance criteria points to the definition of done. It is not definition of done. Mind you, in the previous class, I was able to show you what the definition of done is, and I made an illustration using you sewing a cloth from a tailor, right? So the acceptance criteria is just a piece of what we call definition of done, but they point to the definition of done and serve as the basis for determining whether the development work has fulfilled the intended functionality and quality standards. So the acceptance criteria is what we check whatsoever any developer claims had been done against. But mind you, the acceptance criteria is written while that work item itself is written too. So it is written early before the developer commences on that particular work item. Acceptance criteria are written collaboratively by the product owner and the development team during either the refinement or the sprint planning on each of the user stories. So you expect to see acceptance criteria in each of the story. So when you are doing your practical also, we would expect to see acceptance criteria, nothing is written here. Let's try and check to see any story written. Yeah, we can see this one is written. This is the description, the user story, and this is the acceptance criteria. Even if this is not written using that acceptance criteria format. So when you are writing your own acceptance criteria should come actually with the each story. On Jira Enterprise, the enterprise version of Jira, there's a separate field for acceptance criteria that you put the acceptance criteria into separately. Right. I think that should be all for this class. Right. Yes, that will be all for this class. So if you have any question, please note them down and send them across. I would be waiting gladly to expand on all these and more. See you in the next class.
All right, so we are welcome back to class, and this is module 4 of the product owner training. Just a quick recap of where we were in module 3. In module 3, we looked at the essential roles of the product owner, and we discussed first about the product owner in the sprint. That's what the product owner does in the sprint. From where we moved over to talk about the product vision, and we looked at a couple of other stuffs under the product vision. From where we moved over to the artifact, looking at the first Scrum Artifact, the product backlog, then the second Scrum Artifact, the sprint backlog, and the third Scrum Artifact, the product increment. From where we now discussed, which was the last topic in that module, on what goes into the product backlog. So those were the things we looked at in the third module of the product owner. In this module, the fourth module, we would start by looking at some other areas or some other capacities or skills or responsibilities of the product owner. So we'll talk about capacity planning and estimation. We would also be looking at the backlog. We'll look at prioritization, story mapping, and a few other things, which would include the product owner and the stakeholders, on and on. All right, so let's jump right into the class to see what we have to discuss about today in module 4, lesson 1. Just a few minutes, please. Just checking. All right, so let's dive into it. I will start the first lesson of module 4 on capacity planning and estimation. What is capacity planning and estimation? We mentioned that now we understand what a team is, what a Scrum team is, comprising the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the development or the developers. And and we know what a sprint is. It's either called sprint or iteration. That is the duration of work, right? So when we say we are running 2 weekly sprints or 4 weekly sprints or 1 weekly sprint or 3 weekly sprints, as we decide, how do we then plan for those? So those are some of those areas we would be looking at in this class. Let's assume we have 7-member team. 7-member team has different skill sets. Then we need to plan based on their capacity. We need to estimate also based on their availability and what they can deliver. And that is what we want to look at. It could be a long lesson, so let's deep further into this. So capacity planning. Where's my pen? Okay. Let me see if I can get a better pen. I'm not really liking that pen that I've been using. Okay, I'll just stick to this. All right, so capacity planning. When we look at what we have on the screen here, we'll say input for sprint planning. We are planning for a sprint, but one of our considerations is to plan for the capacity of the team. In the illustration we're using, we have a 7 team member, 7 individuals in a team, right? That is inclusive of the Scrum Master and the product owner. That means we have 5 developers left. Now the 5 developers are the ones to carry out the actual work of development. They are responsible to carry out the actual work of development. But we would need to plan how they work in the sprint. We need to plan how they work in the sprint. So that's where capacity planning comes to play. Input for sprint planning. So the capacity of a team is the available time that the team has to complete an amount of work. To complete an amount of work. So the capacity is the available time a team has to complete the amount of work. That is the capacity. The available time a team has to complete an amount of work. So let's say this is a work to be carried out, right? Let's say this is a big load. And so how long will it take us to move this load from point A to point B? Let's assume these are stacked bags of cement. How long will it take us to move it? What is the total number of the team force? How many laborers will be carrying those cement from point A to point B? What can they carry per time? How long would they take per time? All those will come to play to form that team's capacity. So let's assume we have in this illustration, in just this illustration alone, we have 2 men as laborers that will carry 100 bags of cement. How long will it take them to carry this? If these 2 men could carry, let's say we are not overworking them, but let's assume they could carry 5 bags per time. You know, those folks could be quite muscular. So they could carry 5 bags per time. That means those two will be carrying 10 bags per period of time, right? 10 bags per period of time. So by the time they go 10 times, they would have finished carrying the entire 100 bags. So how long will it take them for each trip, right? Man 1 carries 5 bags, man 2 carries 5 bags, and it will take him to cover a distance or in 5 minutes. right? It depends on what we're looking at. That 5 minutes, are they working together? Are they moving? Both men, are they moving from point A at the same time to get to point B at the same time, or they are moving one after the other? Those would be some other consideration. But the idea we're painting here is that the capacity of that team, so in 5 minutes, they could deliver 10 bags. So if they would go 10 times, they would deliver 100 bags in total, meaning 5 minutes times those 10 times, meaning in 50 minutes, those two would have carried 100 bags. So this two-man team, the capacity the two men have is carrying 100 bags in 50 minutes. That's their team capacity. Just a brief understanding of laying the foundation for this. So planning the team's capacity involves so many considerations, including the team's stability. What do we mean by team stability? We have just two men, and so we're running a sprint. Let's now expand that conversation further, where we have, instead of just 1 day work, we have 500 bags to be moved. Let's assume we have 500 bags to be moved. But this team has other commitments at other places. So they could only spare 50 to 1 hour with this particular task in a day. Meaning they could only move 100 bags of cement in a day. Telling us that they would be able to move the 500 bags in 5 days total. I hope we can follow that analogy. If two men, each carrying 5 bags in 5 minutes, would move from point A to point B, then the two of them would move 10 bags in 5 minutes, and it will take them 10 trips to cover 100 bags, because the two of them would carry 10 bags. And so we will now have, let's assume they move at the same time. So we now have 5 minutes times 10 trips will give us the total time of 50 minutes. We now expanded that conversation to say the team has just 50 minutes to 1 hour to work on this task alone. They have their commitments at other places also. And the total work they want to carry out is 500 bags. So invariably, they are looking forward to moving the 500 bags in 5 days. Let's say Mondays through Friday. What happens to that capacity when on day 2, one person shows up at work? That means the team stability has been impacted. So what the team would be able to do would be lower, right? So they'll be only able to do half the work, because 2 men had now been reduced to 1 man. That is talking about the team stability, right? Or let's say for whatever reason you get to site today and you realize that your project manager left a note at close of work yesterday that he had deployed one of your 2 laborers to another task. That means your team stability had been impacted. So what they can deliver will drop. So you need to consider that when you are planning. That is where the question comes, who is available in this sprint? You know, we're planning for the sprint. Capacity planning happens in Scrum at the beginning of the sprint. Capacity planning happens in Scrum at the beginning of the sprint. So the team would come together to say, I would only be available 3 times in the week because I have a doctor's appointment, or my son has a football match that I need to attend. Another person comes back to say, sorry, I will not be able to be at joining or any effort all through this week because I have a planned vacation and I'm traveling out. I wouldn't be available. So it could be any reason that could impact the stability of the team. So while planning the sprints, we want to find out who is available, who is not available. Then also want to consider the total story point. We'll see this when we go further in just a bit. The story point, we've explained that from the third module. The story point has to do with an estimate. And story point is different from hours or different from time. We will see that in another slide as we go further. Right? So let's just put in mind that the story point is one of another thing that could be considered. We could assume that each day's work for these two men equates to 2 points based on different indices, which could be the volume of work, the certainty, the complexity, what again, and the rest, the risk, and all of the factors, right? Then of course the duration of work is considered, just as we've seen here. Then the actual time to work is also considered. Then available and non-available time. We'll see this availability relating more to the stability of the team. I used availability to explain stability. There could be other factors that could impact on stability, where suddenly one of the team members got another job in another place, so that stability is affected, or when the project manager or leadership decides to deploy someone out of that team, or sometimes also bring a new man into that team. That will also impact on the delivery of the team. Calendar time, actual time, and ideal time. We'll be expanding on those as we go time forward. But let's just know that they are estimation. Let's come to this. A quick explanation of this is the velocity. We know what velocity is now. We've looked at those in previous classes. And the velocity is the total capacity at an average total capacity a team delivers on sprint in, sprint out. There's what we call yesterday's weather. We've explained that in some of the previous classes. Yesterday's weather is total story points, or what total capacity did the team deliver in previous sprints. So where we know that on an average the team commits and completes about 65 story points in each sprint, then those 65 story points would equate to the team's velocity. That means their capacity is 65 story points. So where you have stories over 70 or 70 and above, you can be rest assured that they would be able to complete about 65 of those total story points. So we could see velocity and story point working hand in hand. The story point is the estimation of what needs to be done. How long will it take us to deliver that particular piece of work? We'll expand on this in the next few slides. Then also we can see availability, team available time and individual available time. Individual available time impacts on team's availability. When one person drops off or by any reason is not available, that would impact on the total time that the team has to deliver that piece of work. So all this would be considered when the team is planning the capacity. So during the sprint planning session, the product owner would want to have some idea, would check what the team capacity is, and is asking, oh, who is in, who is out, what capacity can we deliver. The Scrum Master is also supporting the product owner to ensure that all these capacity considerations are checked before we begin to measure the volume of work to the team to deliver in that sprint. So that's what capacity planning is all about. The next slide, please. Yep. So we can see I've made emphasis time and again in the previous classes that estimation is at best just for planning. Estimation is at best just for planning. Why? Because an estimation, which is for planning, is always different from the actual. Let's look at this picture for one moment. While you're planning, this young man, okay, we can say he's a young man because of his okay, never mind. So this young man assumes that he is to embark on a journey from point A to point B. And the assumption is that the journey would be smooth, right? Imagine back in the days you want to travel from one point to another. I would not want to mention a particular location, and you had in mind that, oh, it will be a smooth ride. Possibly you have to travel by rail, that's going by train, and you envisage that the journey will be smooth. Some couple of days I needed to travel back from my place of work, and I had to, it's a two, how do we call it, two change trip, whereby I would be jumping from one train to another train. Not jumping, literally jumping. I would need to alight from one train at a particular station and join another train. So I was coming from my place of work, and the journey was expected to be smooth. My period of interchange was meant to be 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, one train is meant to arrive, and I'm meant to get down and join another train. Unfortunately, that train had a delay as we were coming. The first train had some delays on the way, and the delay was because there were some local train on the track. So the intertrain could not move as fast as it wanted to because there was some local train on the track. So we arrived 5 minutes late. I was quite fortunate that I still had 4 minutes to jump down and jump on the next train. Not jump. I believe you understand what I'm saying, right? Perhaps with had longer delays, I would have missed that next train, right? So that's what happens on the journey too. You envisage that the journey will be smooth, but when you embark on the journey, you suddenly realize that there are some points you will need to go down and face some obstacles, and you need to climb up, and you need to use a bridge, and you need to climb up. At a point, you need to carry your bicycle into a river to go across, or if you are brave enough, you want to carry your bicycle and move on the rope, and on and on and on. You get to a place, you need to fall into a valley before you climb up a step while it's raining, meaning it could be slippery until you get to your destination. This destination here is the same as the destination here, but we can see the difference in your plan and the reality. How this play out on the field is that developers would commit to a particular task, and in the course of their delivery they would encounter different challenges, they will encounter different problems, dependencies, blockers, and the rest. And that, of course, is why you need a scrum master to be supporting the team to deliver. So in all, note that your plan is always different, or mostly always different from the actual. Yes, you need an estimate, which is at best your plan, but you also want to calculate what your reality is at the end of the day. So these are some of the factors you consider: the effort that may be required to build it, the complexity of that piece of work. So all these are factors that you need to consider: number of pieces, size of pieces, then of course the unknowns, the hands-off. Hands-off means the point of exchange, and that happens mostly between the developer and the tester. Time of exchange, which would also impact on that delivery. Then dependencies also. Let's go further. We have some other grounds to cover. All right. So in this slide, we would see that the story point is different from calculating by hours. In story points helps determine team velocity more than hour. It provides a consistent measure of team output. It's quick to use once a reference story is established, and points per sprint. We will be looking at this more when we get to the practicals. We'll be able to expand further on it, but I won't take so much time here so that we can focus more on it. But just note that story point, we'll see that in the next slide also, that story point is calculating or estimating a story point is different from estimating in R. When we estimate in R, we want to look at how long in time it will take. But story point is looking at the effort in relation to what you have done in the previous. Yes, again, that video I shared earlier expatiated on the two also, so you may want to also check that up. But again, when we get to the practical, we will look at this further. Yeah, so let's look at this quickly. This would explain the previous class. This picture here would explain what we have here. So here, let's assume we have two different sprints. This is sprint Y and this is sprint Z. And we have total number of work hour is 80 hours. And the team members for both are 6. 60 members here, 60 members here. And they both have 80 hours to work. 10 working hours daily and 80 hours in total. So let's put it to mind that they have 80 hours in the sprint, right? 80 hours make a sprint. So in total, the all 6 developers multiplied by the 80 hours will give us 480 total time of work. That's why we have 480 here and we have 480 here. So the total available time for them to work is 480 hours. However, in sprint Y, the team committed to 93 story points and completed 80 story points. In team Z, they committed to 110 story points and completed 107 story points. Story point is a relative estimation. looking at what we've done previously, which is closer to it. That's what story point focuses on. So in sprint Y, a team completed 80 points. In sprint Z, a team completed 107 story points. So how long will it take them to deliver one story? On sprint Y, it took them 6 hours to deliver one story point. And that is when we divided 480 by 80 that they completed. 480 total hours available divided by 80 total points they completed gave us 6 hours of completing 1 point. We'll see from here the same 480 hours, they used it to complete 107 points. So 480 hours divided by 107 story points here in sprint Z gave 4.5 hours for one story point. So that's just pointing to us that story point is different from timing. Story point is relative, based on what a team had done previously. So one of the differences, or one of the reasons for this, could be that in this sprint they worked on some stories that are new to them, but in this sprint they now became more familiar with the story, so they were able to deliver more on it, right? So but what you need to note is that story point is different from estimation in time. When we go to the practicals, we would demonstrate it in the course of the sprint. The next slide, please. So our estimation, just as I said, is in relative terms. This is what we call T-chart sizing. T-chart sizing, and I believe we are all familiar with this. All of us that go out to shop, we would know that shirts, for instance, come in different sizes: extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. So in this, we can relate a piece of work to another piece of work. Let's say, for instance, we are familiar with a piece of work that is small. A piece of work that is small, we are familiar with it. Now, another piece of work drops. We now want to find out, in relative comparison, how big is the new work that needs to be done compared to a small work that needs to be done. If we use that previous illustration that I mentioned, where 2 laborers were able to carry 100 bags of cement in 50 minutes. So where we suddenly find out that we have 1,000 bags of cement to carry within the same duration of distance, we can now relatively say, if 2 men carried 100 bags in 50 minutes, how long will it take them to carry 1,000 bags? So all things being equal, what had changed is the total number of bags. The number of men had remained constant. So we would know that it will take them times 10 the time to deliver this. So we could have the number of men not changed. We could also have the number of men changed. So let's assume we have 4 men instead of 2. At equal capacity per man, they should, I use the word should, advisably should, they should deliver 100 bags in half the time. It does not, mind you, we are only estimating. It does not mean actual. We are using estimation for forecast as a plan. Okay? So that's what relative t-shirt sizing is about. In the next slide is where we now put value in points. This is what we mean by story points. We add it to the sizing, the t-shirt sizing we saw earlier. In the earlier one, we saw extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. Now we've added extra, extra small and extra, extra large. So let's say extra, extra small, we add a point of 1, extra small point of 2, small point of 3, medium point of 5, large point of 8, extra large point of 13, and extra extra large point of 21. The question you want to ask is, how did we arrive at this number? This numbering model is called Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci sequence. You may want to write that down if you are interested in finding out how Fibonacci sequence came to be. You could take some time to find out about that. But all you need to know is that this is what we call Fibonacci sequence. How Fibonacci sequence is calculated is the addition of the last 2 numbers make up the next number. 1 plus 2 makes 3. 2 plus 3 makes 5. 3 plus 5 makes 8 rather. 3 plus 5 make 8. Then 5 plus 8 make 13. Then 8 plus 13 would give us 21. That is what we call Fibonacci sequence. You may want to find out how it came to be as an origin, but that is what we use here. And we've equated 1 to mean extra extra small, going by the relative sizing of the t-shirt size we saw earlier. Next slide, please. This brings us to what we call planning poker. We'll soon get to the end of this line. I would skip this and we'll take it to the practicals. We'll deal with it more clearly when we are going through the practicals. But you should take some time to go through all these as stated here in this slide as planning poker. Planning poker is a consensus way of arriving at estimates. Is a consensus way of arriving at estimates, where the team will come together and ask themselves, how long do we think it will take to complete a piece of task? And they would all, in a unanimous way, arrive at their points. And they would now review that. When we get to practical, so we'll demonstrate it. There's a tool we use for it. Online, you could check planning pointing poker. There's another planningpoker.com. You could check to see that tool. I would be showing you the physical card we use for it when we get to the practical. Before COVID happened, when we worked at site, we had planning poker at the site, and there were physical cards that we use for planning poker. We'll explain further on this when we get to the practicals. In actual sense, this is one of the tools you would use as a product owner. You will learn to use as a product owner for your estimation. Next slide. We'll see a modification here. This is, I was telling us about Fibonacci sequence the other time. We'll now see this is called modified Fibonacci sequence. And it became modified on this at this point. 8 plus 13 should give us 21. But that 21 had been modified to 20. After 20, the next number then now became 40. The next number would have been 13 plus 21, which should give us 34, right? 34. Instead of 34, it had been modified to 40. And after 40, under the modified Fibonacci sequence, we have 100. Right? We'll expatiate on those at the practical also. But just note as the difference, there's nothing much there. Just note that we have the Fibonacci sequence, which is the original Fibonacci series. But there we now have a modified one that got adjusted from 21 to 20, then upwards. 2 more slides and we'll be done with this class. In all that we've done so far, we can see in this slide how the product owner makes use of forecasting or estimation to know the total number of sprints a team would work on a particular product. Let's say, for instance, we want to deliver an epic, and the total epic is 1,000 story points, right? If our team velocity is 25 story points, that means in every sprint, the team does 25 story points. So the question is, how many sprints will it take us to finish 1,000 total story points? So that would then give us 1,000 divided by 25, which would give us, what am I doing? 1,000 divided by 25 will give us 40, right? I believe I'm correct. Yeah, 40. So from that simple calculation, it means where we have a total of 1,000 story points to deliver a particular feature or epic or a particular product, we are looking at 40 sprints to finish the entire project or epic or feature. So this is on the mild way a product owner calculates how long it will take for a team to deliver a total story point. It could be for an epic, a feature, or the product itself. By dividing the total estimate by what the team has capacity to deliver sprint in, sprint out, it will give us the total number of sprints. The next slide quickly, and we'll stop there for this class. In the next class is where we also see what the budget would be like. In the previous example we used, that means where we arrived at 40 sprints to deliver a particular feature, epic, or product. Let's assume it's a product, right? And we arrived at 40 sprints to deliver the entire product. Then the next question is, how much will it cost us How much would that project, I said project, products or epic or feature cost us? What do? We also find out how much will each sprint cost. How much will each sprint cost? Where we have 5 members in a sprint and each member is paid £1,000, for instance, per sprint. That means we spend £5,000 in a sprint. So how much would then be the total amount for us to finish that particular chunk of work? £5,000 times 40 sprints, and that will give us 20, that should be 200,000, right? But of course we can do the maths also ourselves. Yeah, £200,000 to finish the entire product. So those are on the light mode, how the product owner determines how long it will take for a piece of work to be concluded and how much it will now cost that piece of work to be delivered also. So this will be the end of this class. It's a long class, but take some time to go over it again. And if you have any questions, please note them down and send them across to me. I'll be glad to expatiate on it. See you in the next class. Bye for now. So we are welcome back to class, and this is the second lesson in module 4 of the product owner training. And in this lesson we'll be looking at the backlog, grooming the backlog. In the last lesson we focused on capacity planning and estimation, which is one of the things the product owner does. To plan the capacity of the team and also to have an understanding of how long delivery will take, and that is done via estimation. If you need to go over that class, feel free to do that. But just as I mentioned, in this class we'll be looking at the backlog and how we groom the backlog. This would be a short class. In actual sense, it has just one slide, but we'll take time to go over the details of that single slide. Let's go. So in module 1 and 2, I believe we made mention of the backlog, and one of the major things we said about the backlog is the deep criteria. The deep criteria. What does deep stand for? Deep stands for detail appropriately, estimated or estimate, emergent, and prioritize. That's what deep stands for. That is what deep stands for. And that is what we want to look at here. When we say, of course, we know what the product backlog is, and the backlog refinement is on the product backlog, whereby you refine the backlog, the details in the backlog, the task in the backlog, the main goal of the backlog refinement is to ensure clarity of work items that need to be completed. You want to ensure that when a developer picks a piece of story, such developer has the full understanding of what needs to do. So let's go into the details. The backlog refinement is not a Scrum event. It did not originate from Scrum, but it has been seen as an event of value or a meeting of value. That is why, if you remember, when we started this 3-5-3 of Scrum, on the 5 events, we also included the backlog refinement as the 6th, but it was clearly separated as not one of the 5. And again, it's an event of value that the team goes through. So it's not a Scrum event, but a good practice used to develop 1 to 3 sprints of ready product backlog item. So a smart team wants to prepare the product backlog earlier than when the sprint is ready. That is before they get to that sprint. And one of the ways they do that is from the product backlog to begin to sort out some stories for future sprints, and we create what we call sprint order. That's the sprint backlog. It's not the active sprint. That's why I made reference to it as the sprint order. So where we decide, let's say for instance, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 here. Let's add a little more. 8, 9 items here. Right? Then we decide to move some of them. So this becomes 1. This becomes 2. This becomes 3. This becomes 4. And this becomes 5. While this becomes 6. On and on. 7. 8, 9. So what we're doing is preparing the stories or the work items in the product backlog and ensuring that such meet definition of ready before we actually get to that particular sprint. So let's see from here. Planning, so we say it's not a Scrum event. It's not a Scrum event, but a good practice used to develop 1 to 3 sprints of ready product backlog items, which are pulled during sprint planning to create sprint backlog. So the sprint backlog, as I mentioned earlier, would serve as sprint backlog order, preparing for future sprints. Then on it we have clarify the content of the upcoming PBI. So that's just exactly what I've explained here to make the class quite short. Prioritizing, that takes us back again to the deep, where we want to ensure that the first one is to create, and while we are creating those stories, we are ensuring that they are detailed appropriately. All the information needed to complete that piece of story should be added to each piece of story. Then secondly, we want to make that story flexible, adaptive, That is that refining. For future purpose, we want the story to be flexible so that we can come back to make adjustments as needed to that piece of story, right? Then we want to also estimate that story. For each story created, we want to have an understanding how long it will take to deliver that story, and of course we want to prioritize. Prioritization talks about which story comes first, which is more important than another. Obviously, from previous classes, we know in building a house, you would not start with making roof before laying the foundation. So that gives us the clear understanding. So I'll just go through this quickly. Clarify the context of upcoming product backlog items through conversation with the PO and anyone that may be of help. So, of course, that is to identify all the risk, the assumptions, the security challenges, and all the every detail that is needed. So, where you need other stakeholders to ensure clarity is needed, you to get that done. Then you estimate the effort. We've discussed about that. When you estimate, in the last class we looked at estimation. So the first time estimation happens with a team is during the backlog refinement, which is a process we would again carry out during the sprint planning meeting. Then of course we create functional specification, requires analysis, design, and testing skills from the team to help the product owner. All the skill sets needed, all the details needed should be added. Then one other thing I want to point out, requires 10% of capacity from the team. When you are doing your backlog refinement, you may consider to put aside a time for adequate planning by the team so that you can do a total proper work. Backlog refinement is one of the things we will be doing during the practicals. We would demonstrate that further. It's just a piece of class that we need to touch also so that we'll have good understanding on it. But the key focus of the backlog refinements as a guide, a good product owner would want to empower himself or herself with a deep criteria, ensuring that each of the story has all the information needed to deliver adequately. So that will be the end of this class. As I mentioned, it will be a short class. In the next class, we'll be looking at prioritization, which is another key component of the product owner role. So again, if you have any question on this, please note them down and reach out to me. I'll be glad to shed some light and give further clarifications on them. So we'll see again in the next class where we'll be looking at prioritization. Bye for now. Right, we are welcome back to class. This is the third class of the fourth module of backlog, the product owner. This is the fourth module of the product owner, and this is the third class in that fourth module. In the previous class, we looked at backlog refinement, but in this class, we would be looking at prioritization. Why do we prioritize? Why do we prioritize? Just a moment, please. Let me get my pen. Okay. Why do we prioritize? We'll see from time to time that in developing features or products or running through epics, we need to determine which one would give the highest value or which one can we develop faster. So there are different techniques we use for prioritization. We would be going through some of these techniques. But quickly, why do we prioritize? We prioritize sometimes based on value, where we want to know which would give us the highest value. You have two or more features to deliver of a single product, and you're asking yourself which would give the highest value to the end user. We prioritize also based on what we call the must have. Which features must the end users have? There are some features that may not be needed. There are other features that are must have features. We also prioritize based on quick wins. Which feature would cause the quickest market disruptor? Which feature will cause the quickest market disruptor? Right? You could remember a time back in, when was that? 2000 and was it 2002 or 2005 that Globalcom hit the market? The big bang Globalcom was coming to the market with was the per second billing. Per second billing. That became the quick win for them. That became the market disruptor. Before Globalcom came, there was MTN and there was Econet. And both that were ahead of Globalcom came on per minute billing. So Globalcom thought it right to come with a market disruptor. Which feature of that product would want to disrupt the market in our favor? So that became the priority to deliver. Of course, we also want to prioritize based on the delivery timeline, right? Or we want to prioritize based on the story that other stories are dependent upon, right? For instance, let's use our building construction as a quick illustration on that. Of course, you would want to, there's no alternative to it anyways. The first thing you want to prioritize is the foundation. After foundation, because that is where every other feature or epic would be laid, right? So you want to do foundation and get that done quick enough so that would not impact on others. But there are some times where you want to, the dependence may not be so glaring as that of foundation compared to others. Say for instance, you're considering to do the tiling. If you do tiling, you also want to begin to fit the fittings in the kitchen. You may be able to get away with it somehow, but you may want to quickly consider adding the fittings first before laying your tiles. So where you see that one story, one piece of work depends on another, you want to quickly get the one that is dependent on, you want to get it sorted first before others. So that will take the center stage, or that will have the higher priority. In addition, you want to prioritize based on costs and benefits, or based on stakeholders' influence. There are times that the stakeholder clearly wants something and the stakeholder has a major say in it. You are developing a product. Let's take, for instance, you are building some structures for the government, and a particular key government stakeholder wants some of those to be delivered to some specific places first. So that is a major influence that you want to consider. Of course, you could also prioritize based on the effort that is needed to deliver that value. Then you want to prioritize based on risk level, which one has the highest risk. Then lastly, a combination of all of these could inform your prioritization also. So let's see some of the ways we prioritize, some of the techniques we use in prioritizing. I will start from the first one here. We call it WSJF. WSJF. WSJF, which stands for Weighted Shortest Job First. WSJF, Weighted Shortest Job First. WSJF. And what does WSJF say? So we can see from the quadrants, we have high value, low effort. We have high value, high effort. We have low value, low effort, and low value, high effort. Of these four quadrants, which one would you want to work on first? If you have an option, which one would you want to take on first? High value, low effort, high value, high effort, low value, low effort, and high value, low effort. So let's number them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let me give you a moment for you to think through this. Which quadrants will you want to work on first? These are features. You have a feature that will deliver high value, but you need low effort to deliver it. Another feature that will deliver high value, but will require high effort to deliver it. You have another that is low value, that will require low effort to deliver it. And lastly, a low value that will require high effort to deliver it. I want to believe all of you would agree to go for this number 1, that has high value with low efforts, is giving the highest value of all, and it would require the lowest effort to deliver. And of course, this would come last, that has the low value and high efforts. Low value and high effort. You work so much, but you would have just few efforts, value rather. You have just few value to show for it. So that's what the WSJF prioritization technique focuses on. That's what WSJF prioritization technique focuses on. And from WSJF, which stands for Weighted Shortest Job First, we will move to the next 2 prioritization techniques we'll be looking at. The second one is what we tag as kernel analysis. And it is that technique of prioritization that focuses on features. It focuses on features. The core concept of Canon analysis involves classifying features into several categories based on how they affect customer satisfaction. So we can see from here, we can see dissatisfaction, we can see satisfaction, we can see the need met and need not met. So Canon analysis is used to determine some of the categories it would break it to would be identifying the basic needs, the performance needs. There's a difference between the basic needs and the performance needs. It will also be looking at the excitement needs. There are some needs that are beyond just basic. Basic is that feature that is needed the most. Then performance needs are those indicators that would help for higher satisfaction. Then we have excitement needs, which is an attraction. It's an attractive quality need. Then we have indifferent quality, and there's what we also call the reverse quality. Reverse quality focuses on what will make the customer not to be satisfied. We want to ensure that feature is not added to that development. A feature that would make a customer not to be satisfied is not added to that feature. So those are what the Canon analysis focus on. You should take some time to expand your knowledge on this analysis as one of the prioritization techniques. And the last one we'll look at is the MOSCO. MOSCO is another common technique used in Agile. MOSCO, which stands for must have, should have, could have, and wouldn't have. Which features must we have for this product? Which feature should we have for this product? Which feature could we have for this product? And which feature wouldn't we have for this product? So we could see under MOSCO, the must have are always kept on the short term. The should have are kept on the medium term. The could have are kept on the long term. And the wouldn't have are kept obviously on the no term, NO term. So you want to quickly achieve the must have first before the ones when you have some more time, you want to focus on them. Then lastly, the ones that when you have more sufficient time, you want to deliver them. And you can see the sample of the burger on the right side of the slide. You can see the different layer. You can see the bread portion of the burger. The layer below is the must have. There would be no burger if you don't have the bread lower layer. And you could see the should have. The should have is the meaty portion, the meat portion in the burger. You'll see the could have, which is the cheese. You could always add cheese to your burger. Then you can see the wouldn't have as the green. So for some people, green is not necessary. It's a wouldn't have. And that will be all for this class. In the next class, we'll be looking at story mapping. So we are welcome back to class. And this is still the product owner training, module 4, lesson 4. Yes, lesson 4. And in this lesson 4, we'll be looking at story mapping. Story mapping. Right, let's jump at it. What is story mapping? And how we do story mapping. Story mapping. Where's my pen? Story mapping is a visual illustration. We'll see that in the next couple of slides. Of the journey of a product. So story mapping is a visual illustration of the journey of a product. Its features, functionalities from the user's perspective. That's very important, from the user's perspective, for the purpose of prioritizing early value. And that's one of the reasons we needed to deal with prioritization before this class. So story mapping is a visual illustration of the journey of a product, its features and functionalities from the user's perspective, for the purpose of prioritizing early values. Story mapping is a collaborative practice of the Scrum team, and it's used to slice user stories and potential dependencies. So when we do story mapping, it helps us to see what needs to be done first, and it helps us to identify dependencies early. The entire team should engage in story mapping for clear understanding of what needs to be done. It's used to slice user stories or epics and potential dependency. We'll see that in the next slide. This is what we make reference to as story mapping layer by layer. We will see from here what the project or the product itself is. This is your main requirement, the product or the vision, and what is that particular product? Building email clients. That is exactly what we want to do. We want to build email clients as a service. We want to build email clients as a service. So we'll see how that is broken down from epics into features into stories. From epics into features into stories. So let's look at, this is actually what we want to do. Build email clients. That service would have feature to organize email, or what we want to do, though let me use the word feature so that it won't cause some confusion. We want to organize email. So that's the layer by layer. The first thing we want this service to do is to organize email. Another thing we want it to do is to manage email. Yet another is to manage calendar. Still another, manage contacts. These are the things we want the service to do. I do not want to use the word feature so that we won't confuse both epic and features. Now, the next layer, we are now breaking it down. This is what we call decomposition. We are now decomposing further. For us to organize email, we need to be able to search email and also to file email. We can see these dotted lines showing all the ones under belong to this parent. The parent is organized email and the children here are search email and file email. Same as what we have here. Manage email is to compose email, to read email and delete email. For calendar, manage calendar, to view calendar, create appointments and view appointments. To manage contacts, to view appointments, create contacts, update contacts and delete contacts. So we can see the breakdown from level to level or layer to layer. From what the product is into epic and into feature. When we get to the next level, this is where we now have the stories. Search by keyword. Move emails and create folders. All this will deliver the features up for us. So that's how we break it further from layer to layer. But a key thing we need to understand here, so at this level we have stories, but we also have what we call release, which is very important. And it's called release 1. This is release 2. This is release 3. So in a nutshell, what we see here, this is what we call slicing. In the earlier explanation, we mentioned about slicing. So we can see how while we are decomposing, we are also slicing the entire product into pieces. So this is what we call vertical slicing. We can see the cut from top to bottom. Top to bottom. Somebody was saying that some few years back. Top to bottom. Right? We can see how it's broken down. It's decomposed from the product or service to epics, to features, to stories. However, very important, it's also adding a release. I'll come back to this release in a bit. So this is what we call slicing. And because we slice from top down, it is called vertical slicing. I will explain what vertical slicing means to us in just a bit. Vertical slicing. Vertical slicing, the best illustration I could make for you is a cake. Let's say this is a baked cake. And in this cake, we have chocolate layer, we have vanilla, we have lemon flavor, we have what again? Strawberry, we have the custard layer, and every other thing. Now let's imagine you want to cut a piece of this cake. Then you have a knife. If you decide to cut this cake this way, that's horizontal. Meaning if you cut this way, you take this portion off. What would happen if you do that? The person who eats this portion would only taste one flavor, will not have the benefit to taste the other flavors. We said this chocolate, this vanilla, this is strawberry, this is custard, this is whatever it is. So this is horizontal slicing. But if you decide to cut vertically in this order, and you give anyone this portion, that person would have the benefit to taste every bit of that cake, every flavor in that cake. That's the same thing we make reference to as vertical slicing here. After we've decomposed, we are now releasing in vertical slicing. What that means is that when we decide to release the first one, this is release 1. So the release 1 will contain all this. All this in this block would form release 1. Meaning the user will be able to use some features from organized email, still manage email and manage calendar and also manage contacts. So we are not developing the features one after the other, but we are developing them in layers. So the users would be able to use all of them in small bits per time. So that's why we have release 1 here. So in release 1, we are releasing a bit of organized email, a bit of managed email, a bit of managed calendar, and a bit of managed contacts. In the second release, which is an increment, mind you remember what an increment is, a product increment. An increment is now forming these two together, right? So in this second release, you are now having more features from each of the epics being released together, right? And by the third release, the entire product would have been released. So story mapping talks about when we decompose in this order from epic to features to stories, but at the same time we are slicing it vertically. And because we are slicing vertically, each is having a piece of the action per time. That is not the end of it. We would also see how the dependencies would be dealt with, right? We can't do search attachments before the email they want to search, right? So that is some understanding on story mapping. In the next slide, we would then see how all this would also move to the product backlog. So what we have decomposed from layer to layer is what we would then feed into our product backlog and prioritized or in prioritized order. So we move what we have story mapped, decomposed in that same order into the product backlog. So that is all what story mapping is all about. When we get to the practicals, we will see some demonstration on this, which would expand our knowledge further. So that will be the end of this class. We will see again in the next class, where we would be talking about, I think, stakeholders. We'll be talking about the stakeholder. So that will be all for this class. See you in the next class. Bye for now. We are welcome back to class. In this class, which is the 5th lesson in the 4th module of the product owner, we'll be looking at the product owner and the stakeholders. In the last lesson, we looked at story mapping, where we further broke down epics into features and to user stories, and we related on how we release in some of those features. We also mentioned about vertical slicing. So we'll take another turn of the product owner, which will be focusing on the stakeholder this time around. So let's find out who is a stakeholder. Who are the stakeholders? A stakeholder is an individual, group, or entity that has a vested interest. What is most important is that the stakeholder has a vested interest in a project, product, or organization. It could be an individual, it could be a group, it could be an entity, but more importantly, has a vested interest in a product, product, or organization. That is what the stakeholders, who a stakeholder is. Stakeholders can influence or be influenced. Stakeholders can influence or be influenced by the outcomes, decisions, and activities related to the project or initiative. The stakeholders play a significant role in shaping the direction, requirements, and success of the endeavor. Of course, we've seen that from when we started this training, that the stakeholders are quite important to the development of what we are focusing on. Stakeholders can be internal or external to the organization and can have a wide range of interests and perspectives. The stakeholder can have wide range of interests and perspectives. It could be internal or external. So let's go further to look at the stakeholder as how can we identify various stakeholders? Stakeholder identification. We can see when we have vested interests as accountability, vested interest as funding, vested interest as the regulatory body, vested interest, pardon me, I don't know why this thing is jumping up and down. Vested interest as responsibility. Vested interest also could be the consultants, vested interest as the user of the product, vested interest as the impacted, and vested interest as the owner. We are mostly used to stakeholders as the user. But we can see from here the stakeholder or a stakeholder goes beyond just the user. It could be someone or a group or an entity that is accountable on that particular project or product or portfolio. It could also be the one as an individual or group or entity bringing in the funds, right? The regulatory body, in this case, government, essentially, are stakeholders in any matter that concerns them. So we can see a difference between the one responsible and the one accountable. The one responsible is undertaking that task. The one accountable is the one that oversees the one responsible. So in a Scrum team, the developers are responsible for their user stories, but the product owner is accountable for what they do. The product owner owns the product backlog. But at this point, let's just know we are talking about the stakeholder. So when we identify an individual group or entity as responsible on the project or product, such becomes a stakeholder. Even the consultants, subject matter experts, and the rest, they are stakeholders. Of course, we know who the users are. The impacted. The government decides to build a road that will pass through your village special portion. That will cause an impact on that piece of land. So those affected are also stakeholders on the project. Then, of course, the owned. Let's go further. It's a long lesson, so I want us to catch some speed. From there, we look at what we refer to as stakeholders management. We'll be seeing the stakeholder from different angles in this lesson. All what is important is that we should have good understanding of all this so that we can begin to engage from those perspectives. So stakeholders management. We have guide and educate them. How do you manage the stakeholders? There are some you just need to guide and educate them. There are some you need to consult with them often. There are some you don't need to consult with them often. When we go further, we will see what we mean by those. There are some you just need to understand their expectations. There are some you report failures and successes early to them. There are some you build genuine relationships with them. There are some you engage with them by allowing them to have a voice. You allow their voices to be heard. That is how you just need to manage them as stakeholders. We would be breaking them down further as we go on. There are some you maintain truthful and excellent communication with, which is close to building relationship with them, and yet there are still some you identify the stakeholders early and you engage with them throughout the project. Moving forward, so on our own, let's expand on different thoughts. Let's expand on these views as regards the previous slide that's talking about the stakeholder identification. Let's relate each of these stakeholders to the management model. Okay? Then we have what we call the stakeholder analysis, and this is a power interest grid, which tells us about power on one side and interest on the other side. How do you manage stakeholders where some have high power and some have high interest? So where you have a stakeholder that has high power and also high interest, what do? You manage them closely. You do not want to offend such a stakeholder. A stakeholder that has high power, that can do and undo, and has high interest, you want to manage such stakeholder closely. Where you have a stakeholder that has high power but with low interest, just keep them satisfied. You keep them satisfied. Stakeholders with high interest but low power, all you need to do is to keep them informed. Inform them as and when due regularly. And where you have stakeholders with low interest and low power, just keep an eye on them. You monitor them. There are times that the impacted could fall into this category that you monitor. So it's left for individuals as project owner or product owner to begin to identify how to manage the stakeholder. This is consideration for the power and interest grid. Moving further. So here we are looking at the stakeholder analysis under what we call the salience model, where, pardon this error, this is legitimacy, and we have the urgency and power. It's just similar to what we have there, but there are three regions here. This is what we call the Venn diagram, I believe. Okay, so we have that which is urgent, that which is legal, and that which comes with power. So there are some stakeholders that fall under the power only. They would be dormant. Others that fall under the legal only would be discretional, right? Others that fall under the urgency could be demanding. Then still others that have both power and legitimacy could be dominant. Others that have both power and urgency could be dangerous. Others that have both urgency and legality could be dependent, while others with the 3 would be definitive, and this added the 8th one that are outside. So we'll say the 8th one has no interest at all on this whole scale. So this is just another view that we could look at stakeholder analysis. Going forward, we have the last slide broken down into the 7 categories. The discretionary, these are rightful stakeholders, but they do not have urgency or power. The dormant has power, high power, but no legitimacy or urgency. The demanding has neither power nor legitimacy, but wants demands addressed immediately. The dominant has both power and legitimacy, but not urgency. They have formal power. The dangerous have both power and urgency, but do not have project authority. Then the dependent has urgency, but not power. They are involved in the project and lean on someone else to have their voice heard. Then the definitive, highest salience, have power, legitimacy, and urgency. They are the key team members. So that's another view we could look at it. Let's take another view, which will be the last view of the stakeholders. This is another category. They are all the same, but from different angles, different theories, different school of thoughts. So we could also classify the stakeholders as key stakeholders, the primary stakeholders, and the secondary stakeholders. The key stakeholders can significantly influence or are important to the success of a project, plan, or action. That the primary stakeholders are affected either positively, having benefits, or negatively by the result of a project, plan, or action. Then the secondary stakeholders have the marginal effect on the results of the project, plan, or action. So just take some time to make some of your personal research into all this, but they come as different angles to which you want to view the stakeholders. You have 2 more slides to go, then we'll end this class. Next slide, please. Stakeholder engagement refers to the process of involving and collaborating with stakeholders throughout the duration of a project or initiative. What is important there is collaborating with the stakeholders throughout the duration of a project. And in Agile is big on continuous collaboration with the stakeholders. Effective stakeholder engagement aims to build positive relationships, gather inputs, address concerns, and ensure that stakeholders' interests are considered in decision making. That is key. We are actually working for the stakeholders. The product owner is representing the stakeholders. So the product owner must engage, it must build positive relationships, must gather inputs, feedbacks, must address the concerns of stakeholders, and ensure that stakeholders' interests are considered in making its decisions. Stakeholder engagement is a proactive and ongoing effort that helps create a sense of ownership, alignment, and shared commitment to the project's goal and outcome. Everything you would be doing as a product owner has to do with stakeholder engagement. Even as a Scrum Master, you'll be doing lots of stakeholder engagement, collaboration, and that's why we refer to ourselves as knowledge workers. We rely on a lot of soft skills when engaging with stakeholders. And the last slide in this class, key aspects of stakeholder engagement include identification and analysis, communication. These are just English words basically, which I believe we could expand and understand on our own. Involvement, collaboration. We cannot speak enough about collaboration. Sympathy and understanding. So while engaging stakeholders, we must put on these caps as needed. Expectation management, conflict resolution, feedback collection, adaptation and transparency. Of course, we need to be transparent when we are dealing with the stakeholders. Mutual benefits and documentations. So these are key aspects of stakeholder engagement. So that will be the end of this class. If you have any question, I believe they are straightforward. You just need to take some time to understand them better so that you can internalize them further and begin to see yourself in the role engaging with stakeholders. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be glad to expand on them. We'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. Welcome back to class. This is the 6th lesson of the 4th module on the product owner training. And in this lesson, we're looking at requirement gathering. It's going to be a short lesson. In the last lesson, we started on the stakeholders, the product owner and the stakeholders. So here we'll look at requirement gathering. As I mentioned, it would be a short lesson. Let's go. So, what then is requirement gathering? As it sounds, gathering requirements. When we gather requirements, that's requirement gathering. Of course, we mentioned requirement gathering a couple of times, and that is one of the roles of the product owner. And the product owner does that with engagements with the stakeholders. The product owner is representing the stakeholders, so the product owner understands or needs to know what the stakeholders want, and the stakeholder would, in different ways, get across the requirement to the product owner. So requirement gathering as a product owner is a crucial activity that involves understanding, capturing and prioritizing the needs and expectations of the stakeholders. So what are the key words here? Understanding, capturing and prioritizing the needs and expectations of the stakeholders, to define the features and functionality of a product. So we can see the product owner defining the features and understanding and functionalities of a product. So that is telling us that the stakeholders could just be any of those identified stakeholders without the technical need, but the product owner takes the requirement and break it further into features and functionalities, still from the stakeholders' perspective. So those features and functionalities need necessarily not be technicals. If it's for software development, it needs not be coding and all those stuff. Right? This process ensures that the product being developed aligns with the user needs, business goals, and market demands. The product owner is conscious of the user needs, the business goals, and the market demands. So part of the business goals and market demands would also be the competitors, what the user needs, talking about what the users want, and all the rest. Okay, let's go further. And in this next slide, we would then see, what do you do after gathering requirements? There is a stop gap between the last slide and this, which I would want you to find out how the product owner gathers those requirements. It could be through questionnaires, through surveys, through brainstorm sessions, through different forms. So it's important you know them. So what do you do after gathering these requirements? Number one, identify stakeholders and define user persona. Persona is one of the lessons we would see in a couple of classes. So you need to identify your stakeholders and define your user persona. You have gathered the requirements. What are the other stakeholders in developing that particular product? And of course, who are the personas? Personas talk about the demography, the user understanding. Are they young people? Are they old people? Are they a particular region? Are they people of a particular belief? Are they different things you need to consider? Then you conduct your user interviews and surveys. You analyze user feedback. You collaborate with development team and prioritize requirements. That's taking it further. You write your user stories. We know that already. You iterate and validate. Iteration, that is the sprint itself. When you begin to commence on the development, then you engage in sprint planning and communicate and also document. You review and refine. Then of course you need to be available for clarification. We've done most of this from module 1, the roles of the product owner. You'll be available for the development team members when they need you. You'll be available for the stakeholders when they need you, ensuring clarifications and feedbacks. Collaborative ways of working. Then of course continuous learning, and of course you gather more feedbacks from the stakeholders and users. As you are developing, they are testing, they are using, they are putting the product to test. You gather more feedbacks that would be required to push further on it. So those are some of those things you have to do when you gather requirements from the stakeholders. You interpret them and work further on them. We are careful not to take this class beyond the scope of this training. There are some other things you should be looking forward to. Some of this we would look at during the practicals, how we can expand on some of these points mentioned here when you begin to roll as a product owner in your practical sessions. So basically that will be all for this class. As mentioned earlier, that it will be a short class. We'll see again in another short class in the next lesson. If you have any questions, please note them down and send them over to me. I'll be glad for us to expand on any of these. That will be all for now. See you soon. Yes, again, you're welcome back to class, and this is the 7th class, I believe. 7th class of the 4th module of the product owner training. And in this 7th class, we'll be looking at customer visualization. It's one of those things a product owner is expected to know. So please be attentive on this. In the last class, we looked at requirement gathering, but in this class, we'll now look at customer visualization as one of those things the product owner does. Let's jump right into it. It should be a short lesson, right? So what then is customer visualization? We can see from the picture there is identifying, mapping out the customer to the product. So customer visualization, also known as customer journey mapping or user journey mapping, is a visual representation of the various touch points and interactions that the customer has with a product, service, or organization throughout their entire experience. Customer visualization, visual representation of various touch points. Part of the touch points could be pain points and interactions that the customer has with the product, service, or organization throughout their experience. So we want to understand from the customer's perspective how that product journey is. We are matching that product to the customer so that we can have a feedback on the products from the customer. It's a visual representation of various touch points and interactions that the customer has with the product, service, or organization. It provides a comprehensive view of customer interactions, emotions, needs, and pain points at each stage of their journey. So the customer visualization helps us understand if this customer needs are met, if the customer is satisfied, or what is left to be satisfied. Helps us to have the clear picture from the customer's eyes, right? So it helps teams better understand and address customer needs and improve their overall experience. That's what customer visualization is. So where you develop a product end to end and the customer uses it from the point the customer logs onto that platform, you want to track and understand the satisfaction or displeasure of the customer. That goes further to help in the improvement of that particular product. Okay, so that's what customer visualization is. You should be able to put it in more perspective. Different products you have engaged with. There are some products when you try to log in, it could give you lots of fields that need to be entered, lots of difficulties, and all the rest. So the customer visualization allows us to see from the customer's eyes. Next slide. Some of the benefits of customer visualizations are it gives us the advantage of developing a user-centered design. This is where UI UX professionals come in, user experience, product designers, and all the rest come into the picture. So we want to develop a product that puts the customer in the center of that product. User-centered design. Another benefit is it helps us to improve the experience. I've mentioned that earlier. It also helps us to align the development or the design, to tailor the development towards what the end users want. Of course, it improves innovation. It brings new innovation. Of course, where we begin to see from the eyes of the customers, we begin to appreciate what the customers see, and we now want to think on what the customer wants, bringing about innovation. It gives us that data-driven decisions. Of course, when you begin to know clearly the pain points of the customers, you know where your decisions should be. Where you begin to understand at what point or various points the customers drop off that platform. That informs your decision. When the analysis begin to point in a particular direction as bottleneck, that would inform the decisions you make. It brings better empathy. Of course, when you are sitting in the same position as the customer, you'll be able to experience what the customer experiences and now begin to improve the product. That's product improvement, and of course risk reduction. When you know the pain points and you profile solutions to those pain points, you are reducing the risk that could come up. And in the next slide, we have what we call the persona identification, which is the process of creating fictional representations of the target users or customers. Personas are detailed and semi-fictional profiles that represent the key characters, needs, goals, behaviors, and preferences of specific user groups or segments. Take, for instance, you want to develop a new brand and your demography is to a culture that would not give value to what you have developed, then that is not useful. Imagine you want to move winter jackets to Africa, temperate region. That persona, the demography or the characters or the nature of people in that region as want. So a product as winter jacket would be a bad market for such a region, right? Or if you decide to want to sell, let's say, a brand of hair to a region that would not even use it in the first place. So that's what persona identification is. pointing at. The fictional representation. So as a product owner, you want to imagine, you want to create the character of the user for that product. You want to create the character of the user. You want to think in that perspective. Who is using this product? How best would this product serve the person? So in understanding the demography of those that want to use the product, then you would be able to develop a product that suits their need. That's what persona is talking about. And the last slide, please. Persona identification includes user research. I mentioned that earlier when I was talking about customer visualization. User research, segmentation, persona creation, empathy and perspective, when you're able to see from their eyes, scenario mapping, validation and refinement. Please note all this down and expand on them. Read further to enrich further knowledge on this. So that will be the end of this class. We'll see you again in the next class. Perhaps you have some questions. Please note them down and send them across. I'll be glad to give some broader explanations on them. See you in the next class. You are again welcome back to class. And this is lesson 8 of the 4th module, module 4 of the product owner training. Just as we could see on the screen, we'll be looking at the product owner and value. In the last class, we looked at customer visualization. But in this class, we would narrow down to value. Let's jump right into it. I'll be starting this class from what we call the MVP, minimum viable product. The MVP, minimum viable product. What is the MVP? Right, I would make some clarifications here based on the picture we could see on the screen. MVP, minimum viable product. The minimum viable product is a version of a product, and I will be noting what is very important is a version of a product with just enough feature usable. Just enough feature usable. That is MVP. A version of that product that has just enough features usable by early customers, who can then provide feedback for future product development. Let me tag that properly again. So the MVP is a version of a product with just enough features usable that can then provide feedback for future product development. I believe that should be clear enough. So we are developing a product. Let's cast our minds back to when we talked about vertical slicing. From the understanding of vertical slicing, where we cut pieces across different functionalities and make it the first release. That first release will become your MVP, the minimum viable product that has just enough features that are usable. If it is not usable, it is not MVP. It must have just enough features that are usable. Mind you, again, if it is not usable, then it is not MVP. Please take note of that, it's very important. A focus on releasing an MVP means that developers potentially avoid lengthy and unnecessary work, because one of the benefits of MVP is that it gives development what direction we should develop. It suggests early what the end users want, and we will now focus resources in what they want. MVP allows a team to collect the maximum amount of validated learning about customers with the least effort. How? When the first version is sent out and it's being used, it's being tried, the customers will begin to give feedback. You begin to track pain points, you begin to track satisfaction, you begin to track the journey and experience from the customer. Let's cast our minds back to the days of the struggle between MTN and Globalcom. Personally, I observed that most of those great ideas would come first from Globalcom. But while Globalcom is tidying it up, they want the products to be good, they want an appreciable value to be released. MTN could develop a similar feature and release it to the market quickly. Then customers will begin to complain. While customers are complaining, they will now be refining and adjusting that product. So they hit the market early with their MVP, the first version, and they begin to analyze from the customer's view what needs to be removed, what needs to be added, how should they improve that service, and on and on. While their partner, the competitor rather in the market, is still trying to adjust and make a perfect or fairly perfect product, they have released a product faster to the market. Right? So that is how organizations use MVP to determine and have validated learning about the customer with least effort. So please note that MVP is minimum viable product, and these are some of the advantages of MVP. Next slide. So what then is MVP and what is not MVP? I want you to look at this picture, putting your mind back at the explanation that I made. What is MVP? Let me put a number to it so we can have some closer view of it. So what would we call as MVP? Minimum viable product. And I would advise that you take some time to read about MVP, how it came to be. Okay, so what is MVP here? Could we say 1 is MVP, or 2 or 3 or 4, or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9? When we look at the ones at the top, which one can we call an MVP? Mind you, MVP talks about minimum usable feature. The features must be usable. So, from that perspective, this is not usable. This is not usable from a user's perspective. A user cannot jump on a tire and begin to sit on it to walk. Same as this. Even this is not usable because it has no steering wheels. It does not come with a wheel. This will then pass for an MVP. Remember, we said just enough features usable. So this will pass for an MVP, right? That is going by the first layer. Then at the lower end, what then is MVP? What is this product? What is this product? We could say, we could ask ourselves, can we develop product 5 into product 6? Is it what is possible to develop product 5 into product 6? Are they the same products? Can we develop product 6 into product 7? Are they the same products? Can we develop product 7 into product 8? Are they the same products? Can we develop product 8 into product 9? Are they the same product? So let me have your thoughts for just one moment. Have your thoughts on what these are. So we have established from usability that only 4 here is an MVP. However, the ones below, they all are not of the same product. 5 and 6 look like of the same products, but they could be different products still. 5 looks like a skateboard. 6 looks like a, what's that stuff? That's that motorized stuff that they use on the road, right? Scooter, like is it scooter they call it now? That motorized one, that's automated one, right? So they could be seen as different products. Where they are different products, they are all different MVPs. You can't start from a skateboard and end up in that progression to develop a car. A skateboard will not develop to be a car. A motorcycle will not develop to be a car, right? We remember the days of Suzuki. Yes, there's still Suzuki motorcycle. When you see the organization Suzuki, they have a brand of motorcycles different from the brand of cars. So you cannot progress a motorcycle to become a car. So at the point I'm making here is all these products, they are different products, and so they would form different MVP when they are usable. The first version that is usable points to what we call MVP. Then the next slide, please. And this is the representation we have here. And that was what I explained earlier. You could see what really is MVP. This is not usable. this is not usable. This is not usable, but this is usable. These are all different products, right? These are all different products. And that was what we explained in the previous slide. Next slide. Let's take a closer look at MVP, and that is what I was explaining earlier. How not to build a minimum viable product. So in this build, in this projection, we should not call this one an MVP. We should not call this one an MVP. This also is not an MVP until it's got here that we call it an MVP, minimum viable product. This is the one that is usable. It must be usable. At the same time, also how not to build an MVP, because I explained this earlier, they are different products. They are different products. This is how to build an MVP, how to build an MVP, how to build a minimum viable product. We can see that this first brand, the first version, is usable. And we can see the representation of the man pushing it. So it may be a push to start, but it's usable. The second version also is usable. So we can see the progression of the product. The first version that moved into the next version, that moved into the third version, until they now have the final product. And that is the progression from MVP all the way to the final product. I hope that is clear to us all. So that is what MVP is. Quickly, let's look at another that is close to MVP. Next slide, please. Which we call MMP, minimum marketable products. Minimum marketable products. Some others also call it minimum business product or minimum business value or something like that. Of course, we know what this is. We all know this is the proper donuts, the donuts most of us grew up with. You know, not all these fanciful donuts that we eat. This is the proper donuts that they will be frying beside your school back in those days. You know, when you have one spot being fried hot, right? So this is we could see from here. So back to the class. That was just by the way. We can see the progression from one to the other. So what we're saying here is MMP stands for minimum marketable product, similar to the concept of MVP. And MMP is a version of the product that includes a set of features and functionalities that are sufficient to be launched and marketed to a broader audience. Let's look this picture as an illustration. When the fry or the baking was done for this donut, it came as this. It is the same donut with the same taste as this, but the difference here is that we now want to make this same donut more presentable. We want to bring some appeal to it. We are taking it to the market and we want to make it more acceptable to the market. So we added some additional features that would make it much more accepted in the market. And that is how all these softwares that we use are. From the back end, they are just codes. But from the front end, they use what we call GUI, graphics user interface. That is what makes all the features at the back end work adequately, right? So we could see the progression from the conventional donut into packaging it to make an appeal to the market, right? However, while an MVP focuses on the minimum set of features needed to provide value and gather feedback, an MMP, that is minimum marketable product, emphasizes the minimum set of features required to make the product market ready and commercially viable. MMP, minimum marketable product, makes it market ready and commercially viable. And that is why we can see the progression from here. The same product now became a finished product here. It is the same donut that was made here, that transited to MMP here, that now also became the final product here. So that is the concept about value. Marketable products, minimum viable products, minimum marketable products, on into those progression. That will be all for this class. If you have any other question, please let me know, and I'll be glad to make some further clarification. All right. So that brings us to the end of this class also. Bye for now.